Welcome everyone to USA House 2026 in Davos. We're very excited to be opening up this morning with a special conversation between Undersecretary of State Sarah Rogers and Freedom 250 CEO Keith Krach. So please make your way out to the stage and give a warm welcome for the Undersecretary and Keith Krach.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you for joining us. I would add, so early for those of you who are coming from the US Eastern time zone, as I am. Welcome to America House. So I am here with Keith Krach, the CEO of our Freedom 250 effort, and I'm going to introduce him for a bit, and he'll give short remarks, and then we'll have a Q&A on our plans for America's 250th birthday. So in America, we have this great tradition of great builders who grow up in the country's heartland and build things with their hands before building companies and legacies, and that is Keith. We've got one of them right here. So Keith grew up on his father's small Ohio machine shop, welding at the age of 12, before rising to become the youngest vice president in the history of General Motors, a great American company, and a pioneer in the industrial robotics industry. Keith later founded Ariba, creating the world's largest business-to-business e-commerce network, and went on to build DocuSign into the global standard for digital trust, transforming the company name into a verb. And during COVID, we all remember how reliant we were on DocuSign. You can thank Keith. Last year, he was awarded the 2025 Merchant Medal, the nation's highest manufacturing honor, recognizing the contributions that helped drive more than $4.5 trillion in global productivity. Here in Davos, he was also named a World Economic Forum Technology Pioneer in 2000. In public service, Keith led the American economic diplomacy as United States Undersecretary of State for Economic Affairs, so my counterpart for economics. And he built the Clean Network Alliance, a coalition of democracies committed to trusted technology, more important than ever. Today, he continues that mission of chairman of the Krach Institute for Tech Diplomacy and as CEO of Freedom 250, leading the nation's effort to deliver President Trump's vision for our 250th birthday, focused on renewal and the future. Please welcome Keith.
Thanks so much for that kind introduction. That was nice. And thank you all for being here. You know, the United States is approaching a milestone, and it comes once in a nation's lifetime, the 250th anniversary of our independence. You know, for Americans, this is a moment to reflect. I think for the world, it's a moment to take notice. Because the United States marks this moment. It says something important about how it understands its role in the world, and also its enduring commitment to freedom. So this is not just simply a celebration. It's an opportunity to renew confidence in freedom as a force for shared progress. You know, Ben Franklin famously said, democracy is a remarkable thing if you can keep it. And that reminder still matters. And democracy doesn't sustain itself automatically. It requires participation, trust, and shared responsibility. You know, from my time in public service and also Silicon Valley, I learned something very practical. Freedom matters. And, you know, when freedom exists, innovation follows. Where innovation flourishes, prosperity grows. And where prosperity is shared, stability becomes possible. You know, I also learned, particularly serving in government, that American leadership matters way far beyond its borders. And many nations represented here in Davos know that freedom, opportunity, and security are built through cooperation, alliances, and shared values. And that's not by accident. Today, those values are being tested. There are forces in the world that would prefer freedom to weaken our freedoms and to take away our institutions. And that's exactly what Freedom 250 is about and why it matters, not just for the US, but for the world. And at its core, the 250th is what we call the triumph of the American spirit. That's not a slogan, it's an idea. And the belief that people, given opportunity, can solve hard problems, build shared prosperity, and renew their societies together. And I think it's also important to understand here at Davos, that spirit is not uniquely American. It underpins strong democracies everywhere. Freedom 250 was created with that reality in mind. This is not a government campaign, and it's not a single event. It's a public-private movement. The Freedom 250 network that we're building is designed to mobilize participants in the United States, touching literally every American citizen, while engaging our allies, partners, and institutions around the world. And Freedom 250 creates practical ways to engage through culture, education, technology, entrepreneurship, and civic exchange, not just as spectators, but as participants. So for the international leaders here at Davos and in this room, the question is not how you observe our nation's 250th. The question is, how will you shape a moment that will influence American leadership for the next generation? And after being at Davos probably 20 times, I think there's no better place to begin than right here, where ideas become partnerships and partnerships become action. So I look forward to the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. So I took office just recently, and I've begun traveling around the world in my State Department capacity for the first time. And one thing I've noticed is that no matter what else is going on, no matter what else we are engaging on in these bilateral sessions, whenever the discussion turns to Freedom 250, people brighten. And it's something that we and our international partners all look forward to celebrating together. What do you think it is about Freedom 250 that resonates so much for the world beyond just America?
Well, I think, it's a celebration of freedom, probably more than anything else. And that's something I think the world holds dear. If you're in a place, maybe it's authoritarian regime, if you whisper the word freedom, everybody's gonna come running. And without freedom, there could be no prosperity. So this is a chance, I think, a unifying opportunity that could be used as a catalyst for our allies, for our partners, and role model that, and speak very proudly. It's about bringing pride back, with regard to freedom and in particular, the values that define a democracy. Things like respect for rule of law, respect for intellectual property, respect for human rights, respect for sovereignty of nations. Those are the values of democracy.
Very, very well spoken. And I think it's true. I mean, we see the brave people of Iran risking everything for freedom. And we see free people choose the same things over and over again. Free people choose democracy. Free people choose certain kinds of entertainment products. And they choose that spirit that's animated the United States when they're able to do so. So I guess my next question is, I'm new to government and you've left government and now you're running this private-public partnership, which is sort of you're really effectively bridging the strengths of the public and the private sector. But what did you learn during your time at the State Department about global leadership?
One of the things I said in my Senate confirmation hearing, they asked me what my overall strategy would be. And I said, it's really to accentuate three of America's strengths, and that is strengthen those partnerships with our allies and friends. The other is leverage the innovation and resources of the private sector. I think that's a big untapped one. And also really amplify American values, which are really democratic values, things that we talked about. And an interesting thing, that I could really see is that freedom, democracy, is an unnatural act. The law of physics is the bad king, the dictator, and the emperor. And you have to fight every day for that. And it was great to see when I was in public service what great civil servants, career foreign service officers, and you know, the political participants in that, because you got to fight every day. And I think if it wasn't for the U.S., there'd probably be about 100 countries that would never taste an ounce of freedom. So, and you know, I've got 5 children and 5 grandchildren, another one on the way. And so it's really doing it for them.
Well, we're all grateful. You used the phrase "the triumph of the American spirit," and I wonder, you know, how you think that applies to people outside of the United States, and how do you think about the American spirit in the context of Freedom 250, which is really a global celebration?
Yeah, you know, I think it's all about. I grew up in the Midwest. It's almost like those values of hard work, honesty, reciprocity, integrity, fairness. I think, you know, the triumph of the American spirit. You know, these founding fathers of the U.S., I mean, they put their life on their line, just like you see people doing around the world, particularly like in Iran right now. So that's the triumph of the American spirit, is it's good over evil. And if you think about, you know, what our rivals are playing the long game, and when I say that, I mean authoritarian regimes. A game, you know, it's a 4-dimensional game of chess, economic, military, cultural, diplomatic. And at its core, actually, at Crossroads, it is technology. And they have very little respect for human rights, sovereignty of nations, intellectual property, all those things. And they use that against democracy to their advantage. And the key is that that's something that we should take advantage of. And that was one of the initiatives that I had as Undersecretary of State. We created the Clean Network Alliance of Democracies. It was based on the trust doctrine. And the trust doctrine was basically those values that in order to do business in this technology world, you've got to subscribe to those. So in essence, in one jujitsu move, we turned the table on them, and we weaponized the very principles that protect our freedoms.
You know, in my lifetime, I feel like I've seen several surges of American innovation. We obviously had the manufacturing surge after World War II, which was a bit before my lifetime, but that's, you know, the auto manufacturing sector, which you played a huge role in. And then in the 2000s, we had the first .com boom, and now we have robotics, and we have advanced telecommunications infrastructure, and you've played a role in all of those, which just makes you such a valuable partner in a discussion about the public-private intersection between, you know, American manufacturing and manufacturing in our allied nations and the quest for freedom around the world. Do you see any through lines that intersected in between those different economic chapters that have something to teach us about how economic development and freedom and prosperity converge today?
Yeah, you know, I think my career has been in the robotics area. That's when, you know, that's back when it was considered high tech in the early 80s. And then computer-aided engineering and software, you know, Ariba, where we invented business-to-business electronic commerce that now does $7.3 trillion worth of transactions per year, commerce per year, more than Amazon and eBay combined. And then DocuSign, you know, I remember when we were building DocuSign, somebody said they use it, we just give them a hug. Now 1.5 billion users. But all those technologies were all about driving productivity. And productivity is the #1 driver of GDP. And that, the surrogate for that is increasing the standard of living. So for me, it's about value creation industries, leveraging, you know, each one of those was at a different paradigm shift in terms of technology. You know, start off with NC controllers, and then client-server architecture, and then the internet came out, and then cloud computing, DocuSign, and really accelerate through mobile. And now AI is such a big opportunity. So I think this is, that productivity drives that prosperity. And I think that's one of the things, for example, you're seeing over in Iran is that, hey, these guys are struggling economically. And, the prosperity, and they're craving the freedom.
Freedom 250, so Keith, as I mentioned, is the CEO of Freedom 250, and he's got some thrilling events planned. So we're gonna have a Great American State Fair, we're gonna have the UFC 250 fight, of course, a national prayer event, and many more. But this is a public-private effort. One of America's great strengths is our private sector, along with our relationships with our allies and with organizations around the world. So if there are groups or people here at Davos who want to get involved, who want to celebrate our birthday with us, what can they do? What kinds of things should they be thinking about, and who should they reach out to?
Yeah, well, that's good news. Your imagination is your only limitation. And we would love to work with you. We've got toolkits for countries, states, companies, all of that. It's all about partnership. And what could be funner than marketing America, or really marketing freedom? So I think, let us know. There's going to be a lot of big events, as Sarah said, in the U.S. I know there's a lot of big events being planned overseas as well. But I think in terms of a cultural exchange, a lot with regard to education and history. And one of our main pillars is the innovation pillar. We're here to catalyze that, and feel free to contact us.
Excellent. So if someone had asked the founders in 1776, what does success look like for you guys? If they'd asked them that question they ask young entrepreneurs, I think it's safe to say that their proposition is performed, right? But looking back 10 years from now, what do you think success will look like for Freedom 250?
Well, I think it'd be renewed within the United States. I think it would be renewed pride in terms of those founding values, and a greater understanding of that founding, and the importance to carry that on. So we look at Freedom 250. It's not just celebration. It's really about the next 250 years. I think, outside the United States, really a renewed emphasis on democratic values, on freedom, on unity, and reciprocity, those kind of things. So that would be the ultimate definition of success.
Well, let's hope that our birthday celebration can ignite and inaugurate some of that. And thank you so much for joining us today. And we really look forward to the week, and look forward to celebrating 250 years of American excellence with all of you. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
for joining us today.
I'm so excited and honored to be here today.
Well, it's great. I think we're going to start by asking you about your organization and why you're here in
Yeah.
Davos this year.
Yeah.
You say house.
Well, longevity is the new trend in many different industries, and my organization, I'm a president of Global Longevity Association, sits at the intersection of science, education, and collaboration. We unite together a network of professionals, experts, researchers, scientists, practitioners, and investors to bring the new industry into different applications and different protocols into systems like corporate wellness and infrastructures. So what we've done so far is, we've all heard of MAHA movement, that's all part of it. Our current administration is finally recognizing the health crisis and how we could bring new policies, new approaches to our people. And so longevity is, I think you want me to answer the next question, right? What is longevity for most people? Yeah.
I'm totally useless here if you anticipate the questions. No, of course. No, longevity is a buzzword.
Yes.
We hear it all over the place. And I think it's important for people to hear from someone like you,
Yeah.
who's an expert, who leads one of the key networks, what longevity is and what are the key focus.
Yeah. Well, longevity came from healthcare, and healthcare industry has been struggling to provide real results because most of our medical professionals are only trained in disease and acute treatment and disease treatment versus with the rise of wellness and biohacking and all types of approaches and the research, privately funded and institutionally funded, people started focusing on disease prevention and health optimization. So for us, longevity is not just living longer, but optimizing health and health span. So the way we say it in medical world, longevity is about improving health span throughout the lifespan. So yeah, for us, it's about building resilience, immunity, strength, clarity, and therefore a longer and better life.
Well, we're talking about a systemic approach here.
Yes.
What specific efforts can you share with us that really not only addresses, as you very accurately mentioned, the health and healthcare aspect, but the systemic impact that your actions might have or will have in the future with the support of the administration?
Yeah, longevity is no longer like a personal wellness story, right? And looking at RFK, who's pioneering this, it's all started from his health issues, his family, and now he's leading the country in recognizing the health crisis and recognizing that we do need changes. And the new guidelines that were just passed a week ago or 2 weeks ago are really underlying that the changes that's been made is upside down. It's a complete 360 approach from everything we've known before to everything that we are currently going forward with. And that's what systemic approach to industries and bringing this into the systems, like even real estate right now is focusing on longevity. And there's different approaches and different protocols. And that's what our network is trying to define and bring forward to. And that's what we need AI going into the future to help us with. The biggest problem right now with longevity, and the reason why it still hasn't been defined until 2 weeks ago, that we're still putting in some efforts, is because of lack of research. The research has mainly been focused on disease treatment, and that's what we're trying to bring forward because, as you know, research is very expensive. That's one of the biggest hurdles, and the AI could help us do that.
I would like to elaborate on a strong statement, lack of research.
Yeah.
Lack of research?
On the longevity focus, yeah, on the health optimization,
yes.
yeah.
But if you look at all the components of what you describe as longevity, your definition of longevity, there is tons of research.
Yeah.
So how does your organization make sense of its research, coordinates its research in order to improve outcomes? Because at the end of the day, it's improving outcomes, whether we're talking about health, healthcare, health systems, and longevity, right?
Yeah. The fundamentals have been proven. There's no conflict when it comes to the definition of longevity from a medical perspective, that it's nutrition, exercise, and sleep are the fundamentals. But with current industries that is like corporate wellness, we're still seeing that those are not being taken seriously, and most corporations are not taking corporate wellness seriously, and that's what we're trying to bring. These fundamentals, this very easy to apply, well-researched protocols for longevity, we need to bring them into bigger system, and that's what the current administration in MAHA has been trying to do. Nutrition is one of them. Lifestyle medicine is the second.
You mentioned that people are not doing the right thing in corporate wellness. So let's
They're
get
all
into
trying.
something concrete.
Yes.
What would be the right actions that you would promote, that you would deploy in order to improve corporate wellness?
Potentially setting the right standards for stress reduction and the schedules that is the way it is currently is being administered in Europe. No emails after 5 o'clock. That's one way. There's different ways, and that's what we're trying to, like the AI could help us to summarize, not just statistics, not just the numbers of the research that's in the data that's out there, but health is not just data. It's about culture, it's about ethics, and it's about implementations, and we're still trying to see which implementations can really produce the results. Is it the stress reduction? Is it the sleep improvement? Is it metabolic health improvement?
Fair points. How would you measure stress in the workplace?
That's right. Well, 90% of American populations right now are exposed to the risk of cardiovascular disease and metabolic health disease. And what the research is currently doing is seeing what stress has to do with all of that, in addition to what we see already that fitness, nutrition, and sleep could do. And it's currently being studied.
Concretely, are we talking about wearables? Are we talking about surveys,
That's all part of it.
questionnaires?
That's all the
Everything.
data that's being gathered right now, but it's currently being treated as a chaos. It's too much data, and we're still trying to make sense of it. The longevity industry has been pioneered with some of the key players in our industry from Stanford and Harvard, and there's only a very few people, and some of it is institutional or privately funded research and labs, but it's very limited. And what we're trying to bring this to a bigger population group to see how we can allocate more money, energy, and resources to make it more mainstream.
For the people who are not familiar with your organization,
Yeah.
are you fundraising? Are you coordinating? What are you doing with multiple stakeholders in that field in order to advance the work on longevity?
So far, we're focusing on what's been proven. We are a network of researchers and practitioners and investors to see how we are bringing these approaches that have been proven already to different industries, including policymaking, including corporate wellness, and real estate and investments into biotech.
So, can you share with us
Yeah.
a program, something concrete for people to get their hands on this and their
Well, we're
brains
focusing
into
on
it?
education. I think the problem right now with the longevity industry is that our practitioners and people who are practicing medicine are not trained on what the future is holding. Most of them are not trained in longevity. And even those doctors that you do, what they're trying to do, they're catching up as we go. They're doing a lot of, the difference between longevity doctors and regular doctors is the one who've done a lot of continuing education in the last few years and those who have not. It's a very rapidly developing industry. And we are trying to bring it together to a bigger population group by education. So my organization sits at the intersection of education, science, and leadership. So what we're trying to change is to provide better education for medical professionals to focus on not just disease treatment, but disease prevention for higher chances of longevity.
Education is necessary, but never sufficient. As far as I'm concerned, there are two words that explain how we human beings function and how much of a mess we are as a species.
Yeah.
Physicians, smoke. Those two words summarize who we are.
No.
The fact that the most informed people in health and healthcare still smoke, that there is at least one, shows that knowledge is not enough.
Yeah.
How one transforms knowledge into insights, into behavior change is the
right.
key.
That's
Can you
key.
share what kind of programs and what kind of science and methodology is being employed in order to achieve successful and durable behavior change, which is one of the key issues out there, right?
There's a hope in what you just said that there's so many people that are contemplating what the AI is going to do to healthcare industry because AI knows more than doctors at this point. But the data itself is not enough. That's what you just pointed out. It's the behavioral change that's not going to happen just by looking at data. And we're still, in terms of policies, it's still hard to figure out which one produces the best result, but what has been proven are those fundamentals that I mentioned, that we do, and that's what the current administration is trying to change. Number one, nutritional and dietary intake. That's what create the biochemistry and overall well-being for us. And then the second thing is fitness and exercise, which is very hard for Americans to change and to do that, but that's what we're trying to do as well, and incorporate more of that. Consistent movement throughout the everyday, daily movement, that's a key to longevity instead of a sedentary lifestyle. And then sleep. Sleep is becoming a number one. It's been having so much evidence from the research perspective that sleep is key. And that's one of the easiest way to offset the stress.
That's interesting. So you think, in your words, sleep is something easy to achieve. There are a lot of people out there who cite the example of recent interviews of tech titans. I'm not going to name them, but big tech titans who are now sleeping 8 hours and have a balanced life. Well, they have hundreds of thousands of people working for them. And they're amazing people who build companies that are tech giants. But when they build these companies, they were sleeping 2 hours a night. They were taking products that are not always legal in order to be able to achieve that, at least a lot of caffeine. And I think that, of course, on paper, eating better, sleeping better, exercising is what is needed. But we need also the environment to be able to help people achieve that. The concept in psychology and in health psychology of affordance, the fact that the environment facilitates this. And by environment, we're talking policy, we're talking funding, we're talking science. And to what extent your organization is facilitating this? Any example of a collaboration? You mentioned you're working with researchers. Any university or concrete program you could share with us?
Concrete programs. So yeah, we started hosting longevity dinners at the White House and Mar-a-Lago and different places in the world where we bring this industry. As you know, we have to educate the leaders. That's where it comes from. And as you say, like, to set the right tone for the cultural change, or even the policies, or even to start thinking that way to improve workforce through longevity, through metabolic health, to produce longer and more productive years. It's the leadership education. That's what we're doing. We're hosting high-profile events where we're doing those events. As you know, most of our leaders, they don't like to be policed around and be told what to do, right? They work really hard, and they don't like hearing someone telling them what not to do, especially when it comes to their lifestyle. So we do host informal events and forums where we help to bring that education through lifestyle education. So that's one of them. And then the rest have yet to unfold. But I want to say something to the point the way you described as tech giants. Some of the recent research from Stanford have pointed out that aging is not linear. We're not aging throughout our life. It's actually between 40s and 60s, where it's a very focal point where your
Tell me about it.
Yes, microbial changes and metabolic changes are happening rapidly, and that's where we have opportunity to reverse or slow down aging due to those changes that are being done with the right nutrition, with the right sleeping protocol, and the right exercise approach.
Like many of us who work in healthcare, brain health, we have the best intentions. But then comes the moment where we need to deploy. We need to deploy in societies that are complex, in socio-economic environments that are complex. What are the key hurdles that you're focusing on in order to be able to reach more people and to have more impact?
So as of right now, longevity and wellness is a personal responsibility, right? You say you work really hard, and what you do with your own life to feel and look better, that's outside of the work environment, right? And we're trying to bridge those two for the work and life balance. But in reality, the future is educating leaders, creating a new culture, and that's what we're seeing great hopes, and we're really proud of what the new current administration is doing, is bringing those conversations, specifically with the Secretary of Healthcare, RFK, who's doing an incredible job of bringing that into, streaming, like, as a leader. He's having a great reputation in terms of how his lifestyle, his approach to nutrition, to exercise, is educating the rest of the administration.
Interesting points, but
Yeah.
very top down.
Yeah.
What about grassroots, bottom up?
Yeah.
Are you working on this as well?
Education, yes. We're focusing on creating the Institute for Longevity, where we are summarized. It's very slow because of the advances in the research that's being done. So far, what we've known is, the gut-brain science is catching up, where we can optimize brain and cognition and to slow down the aging of brain through the gut health. But it all comes down back to nutrition, exercise, and sleep. So it's not very. There's no. Like I said, like a magic pill as we speak, but there's a lot of new developments thanks to the pharmaceutical investments that we're doing to find something that would help us to slow down aging other than lifestyle medicine.
Yeah, because then there is the reality check that
Yeah.
a lot of people cannot afford sleeping well, cannot
Yeah.
afford eating well, cannot afford exercising,
But as
not just
most-
financially, but we're talking
Yeah.
about timing, people
Yes.
who run multiple jobs. There is also the fact that there are areas in the US that are still underserved when it comes to health and healthcare, and there is effort doing this. So leapfrogging health systems, leapfrogging and advancing access is so important.
Yeah.
As we're coming to a close, Ellie, you've interacted with the administration, with scientists, with advocacy groups. What have you learned that has changed your own health practice on a daily basis in order to improve your longevity?
That, the simple lifestyle things that I kept repeating myself through, it does work. It really works. If you give yourself a chance, and if you educate, and you'll see how one person, like you said, the grassroots, once you do it for yourself, you'll notice that you inspire everyone else around you to do better and to feel better. And if you give yourself just 21 days to do this simple protocol of sleeping of 8 hours, eating an anti-inflammatory, protein and fiber-rich diet, and exercising every day, you will feel younger and better. And so far, this is the only, in addition to supplements, some of the advanced nutrients that are being really proven, things like NMN that we are, very easy to say that it does work and it does help to slow down aging and produce more energy. It does work, and a simple protocol, as simple as it sounds, it can produce a measurable result.
Fair enough. This is a beautiful menu. How do we make it accessible to the masses?
By education. Some of these things are actually free and easy to do. So it's education, setting the right example, setting the right atmosphere, and you said like culturally speaking, right? And just for us, it's the education that really worked, and communities.
So, the neuroscientist has to mention the brain.
Tell me.
There is no health, there is no longevity without brain health and brain longevity.
Yes.
And what you,
Yeah.
as a professional, someone who's an expert on longevity, what would be your key advice to people when it comes to brain health and brain longevity?
The easy one is the brain exercise, right? Keep learning, keep staying sharp. But from the lifestyle perspective, it does show that our colleagues from Harvard are treating depression and anxiety and mental health disorders with nutrition. That they say that the gut-brain connection is strong. Your gut is your second brain, and that's where it comes from. And some of the anti-inflammatory protocols that I've outlined in my TED Talk really does work, and it's life-changing. And that does create clarity, less brain fog, more productivity, and more energy.
It is music to my brain to hear that we need to dig more into science, into medicine, into peer-reviewed science, into things that are tested, because this is the key.
Yes.
And thank you so much for this conversation.
so
It's
much.
been a pleasure. Have a great Davos.
Thank you.
And long life to longevity.
Thank you.
winner has now become the questioned.
Yeah,
Olivier.
tables are turning, huh? Andrew, well, thanks for joining us.
Good morning. And hello to everybody. Olivier, I'm going to try to do 3 things this morning. This is going to be one of the most interesting sessions, by the way, for those of you that have not had your minds blown by the kind of work that Olivier does. Be prepared. Minds will be blown. So first thing I want to do is I want to situate us in the context of neuroadaptive AI. What is it? What should we understand about it? Second, I want to talk about your academic work. Third, I want to talk about a new partnership that you are embarking on with IBM. But the first question that I want to ask you, just to get us going, is many people know you as a distinguished professor. People may know you as a CEO. On the weekends, however, you're also a techno DJ. And this means that you study both brain waves and bass beats. And what I want to ask you about is, like, one, why is it that the mind is so attracted to a great bass line? And two, are you already controlling people's minds through the DJ sets that you spin?
Well, there is one thing that is clear about how we function as human beings when it comes to biology, is this not only notion, but concept of synchronization. We have neurons that synchronize. We have a heart that synchronizes. I would say, and this is not my French accent, I sync, S-Y-N-C. I sync, therefore I am. Without synchronization, we wouldn't have life. And the fact that we're synchronizing as human beings when we talk, the pace, the flow of our conversation, our movements are going to sync naturally. Likely our heartbeats could also synchronize if we walk next to each other. It's the same when people dance. The bass, the frequency, all of this, at the end of the day, is a matter of oscillation, of synchrony, of synchronization. And this is what works. And yes, sometimes when you're behind the turntables and you're playing a little bit with a tempo, you're playing a little bit with people. But at the end, it's about finding the resonance between what is happening in our body and the environment, which is what neuroadaptive AI is about. Basically building AI systems that are not functioning without taking into account how we, as human beings, function on a daily basis. That's what neuroadaptive AI. I train AI systems with brain waves, facial expression, voice intonation, eye movements, heartbeat, physiology. The idea is to provide AI systems with information that is as close as possible to how our brains and body are working.
So let me ask you a kind of a concrete example that maybe you can use to explain neuroadaptive AI to us. And then let's talk about the state of the art today. So in 2024, in the lead up to the Olympics, there was a mind-blowing moment when a quadriplegic was able to carry the torch for a segment of that ceremony, wearing an exoskeleton that was neuroadaptively controlled, let's say. Can you explain to us what was going on and what your role was in making that happen?
So this is a partnership between my company, Inclusive Brains, and Allianz Trade. We allowed someone who was not able to control her movements, who also have cognitive impairment, to mind control an exoskeleton in order to be a torchbearer at the Olympics. How does that work? This is no magic. This is no science fiction. It's science in action. Mind-controlling objects, could be mind-blowing for people, but actually it's something we've been doing for decades. It's the idea of leveraging algorithms and our AI in order to transform brainwaves into commons of connected objects. In 2017, our fellow young global leader of the World Economic Forum, Rodrigo Mendez, mind-controlled a real Formula One on a real racetrack with a technology from the company I was the president of, Emotive, also founded by our fellow young global leader, Tan Le. A year later, we challenged Lewis Hamilton to a mind control race, and the champ picked up the challenge. Fast forward, the idea is that if someone's body is impaired, neuromuscular function are impaired, but the brain is functioning, you can have that person train an algorithm so that some of the brainwaves are converted into commons, called mental command. Natalie, who was the volunteer for the Olympics, had also cognitive problems. She could not focus enough in order to mind control the exoskeleton. So we had to adapt the machine and the AI system to what she can do, to what makes her unique. So we designed, with my co-founder, Paul Barbas, a system that not only was using her brainwaves, but her facial expressions, her eye movement, her heartbeat, in order to be able to control that exoskeleton. And that's what neuroadaptive AI is all about. We had designed a system that was just using brainwaves, but her brainwaves alone were not enough. So we had to adapt the machine to what makes her unique, to her abilities, to her needs. Neuroadaptive AI is empowering machines to adapt to their users in real time. On a daily basis, when you buy a car, when you buy a phone, when you have a new workstation, you have to adapt to the machine. This does not sit well with me at all. Machines are here to serve us, to adapt to us, and we're building those systems that empower machines, that enable machines to adapt to their users in real time, to adapt to how unique you are at the physical, at the cognitive, at the affective level, but also to a temporary moment of distraction. And we have applications now that range from construction to education to healthcare.
So let's now go one level deeper into the actual science that's going on here. So one of the concepts that you're very publicly associated with is what you just said, which is the idea that machines should adapt to humans, not humans to machines. Another idea that you're associated with advancing in recent years has been the idea that we need to move from active brain-computer interfaces to passive brain-computer interfaces. And I think one thing that people may be thinking about when they hear about neuroadaptive AI is the idea that some kind of probe has to be sunk into the brain in order to make that brain-to-computer connection. So can you explain to us, as a matter of science, what is going on, what is the state of the art, and then we'll talk about what you're working on to move it forward.
There are two kinds of brain-computer interfaces. Some are called invasive and require surgery and implants, and we hear a lot in the news about trials, about advances, and they're absolutely amazing when it comes to taking care of patients that have epilepsy, for instance, and for people who are paralyzed to be able to control their computers, but they require neurosurgery, they require implants. This is why it's called invasive. I've been working on non-invasive technology, meaning that it does not require surgery, it does not require implants, it works with sensors that are put on the head, or we use cameras, etc. It's not one that is better than the other. We need both for medicine, but also for lifestyle applications and uses. And I think that the fact that we can do brain-computer interfaces that are non-invasive is what will allow us, and it has already allowed us, to scale it to hundreds of thousands of people. Now, there is passive and active brain-computer interfaces. An active brain-computer interface requires you, once the system is trained, to intentionally think about something that is going to be changed, translated into a command to your car, to your computer. Then you can type a message, you can mind control a car, a wheelchair. That's what is active. Passive is the fact that the brain-computer interface is going, and the multimodal, because it's capturing, in our case, the brain waves, the facial expressions, as I mentioned, the movement, look at me, moving all the time, the intonation of a voice, without me realizing it, and it's going to measure some things like stress, attention, cognitive load, in order to enable the machine to adapt to how I feel in the moment. And this is some of the key work we're doing at the Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence in Abu Dhabi that I joined last summer. We're using the work that I started with Inclusive Brains in order to learn from this incredible work of helping people with disabilities being able to have access to the world again, to communicate, to control machines, in order to be as inclusive as possible, making the technology accessible to everybody with or without disability. We learned a lot by being able to reduce the time it takes to calibrate a brain-computer interface, to train it. And in order to achieve this, we had to create extremely efficient detections of stress, attention, and cognitive load, so that you don't spend days training the machine. This is the only way you can scale it. So being able to have those detections was useful for the world first that we did at the Olympic Games. Then we did the first non-invasive mind-written tweet from the stage of the United Nations. And during the AI Action Summit in Paris last year, we also did the first mind-written parliamentary amendment that was submitted live. And by the way, all of our world firsts have been performed in front of millions of people, live, one shot. And that is important because we see a lot of things on the internet of people doing magic things, and sometimes it's 200 takes in the lab. We did it live with a lot of pressure. But then, how this work that was focusing on helping people with disabilities is benefiting the entire, potentially the entire population, comes from one inspiration. For me, the inspiration is the remote control. It was developed and invented for people with disabilities. Then it impacted the way all of us interact with technology.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
So for them to be able to switch channels on a TV, then you and I are using it for our AC. And think about it. The new incarnation of remote controls are apps that are controlling connected objects.
I always assumed it was for like lazy Americans and their giant Barca loungers that they didn't have to get up and change the channel.
But it's also the message that if you invest in deep tech technology that is focusing on people with disabilities or people of determination, as they are called beautifully called in the UAE, it's not a charity business. It's not a niche business. It's a business that can scale and can impact the world. It's actually a great business. And Inclusive Brains, I think, embodies that.
So let's break down. Let's disaggregate then hardware from software from AI. So let's take these three components and let's talk about the work that you're doing to advance it. Have we reached a stable resting place with hardware, or are you continuing to work on new ways of gathering kinds of highly sensitive signals that you were talking about? What's the research agenda or the product development agenda for hardware?
With Emotive, we've been able to release the very first brain sensing earbuds in 2019. Just FYI, if you look at the recent patents, Meta and Apple published their patents in 2023. We went to market in 2019. The form factor is so important because brain headsets are great for physicians, for scientists, but you are not wearing them on a daily basis. The fact that now we can embed electrodes in glasses, in earbuds, allows to really scale in everyday activities. But at the end of the day, for me, what is important is to develop systems, and this is what we do, that are hardware agnostic, that can change any device that has at least one sensor into an adaptive, neuroadaptive human-machine interface. The fact that it's hardware agnostic, it means that we develop a system that we can put in your phone, that we can put in your computer, that is going to use the fact that your phone is capturing movements, that is capturing audio, that is capturing the camera, with the camera, facial expression, even eye tracking now. You don't need to have wearables all the time. My crazy dream is to do wearable-less neuroscience, the last one, and I hope to be able to achieve it with my colleagues at the Mohammed bin Zayed University of AI. But a concrete example of what we're doing is think about the fact that we can track in real time stress, attention, and cognitive load. We have deployed in surgery rooms in the UAE this neuroadaptive system. Surgeons these days, they have to do one surgery after the other, sometimes for 5, 6 times a day, surgeries that last hours. There is a massive, massive wave of burnout throughout the surgeon community. What we're doing is we're equipping, at this stage, the surgeons with sensors, brain sensors, physiology sensors, and on a screen in the surgery room, they have visual feedback on their levels of stress, attention, and cognitive load in real time. Why does that matter? Surgeons are amazing people. I don't know if you've ever attended a surgery or even a neurosurgery, but this is one of the most extraordinary things that I've seen in my life. People who are on top of a game for 6, 7 hours, that make decisions in a heartbeat, that have to, move things to a millimeter. I was exhausted standing in surgery looking at them, and they perform having the lives of people in their hands for hours. It's extraordinary. However, there are moments where they are doing routine work, and sometimes something unexpected is happening during surgery. And this happens a lot. And they have to deal with information that is coming from behind them. They can know that some scalpel is ready just by the noise they hear. It's crazy. So letting them know that their level of stress is super high right before they enter a critical phase of surgery gives them the freedom to pause, to breathe, to lower their level of stress, and then to enter that critical phase in a better state. What our preliminary results have shown is that compared to before, when you compare before and after in stress, cognitive load, and attention, the surgeons that benefit from this feedback and those who don't, they end up really less tired, cognitively, effectively. And at the end of the day, they sleep better. And what we want is patient outcome, is to improve the quality of care. I used to run Health and Healthcare at the World Economic Forum. The quality of healthcare outcomes are so key. But in order to achieve them, you need people who take care of the patients to be in the best health, physical, mental, because they're like any other kind of worker. They can be exhausted. Things happen in life. And, it's really extraordinary because this work that we're doing with Inclusive Brains, the Mohammed Ben Zayed University, we started it in France with Biotech Dental Group on dental surgeons. Speaking of stress, of patients and surgeons, there is no better place, I think, than going to your dentist, where a lot of us, the great majority of us, are really, really stressed. And being able to time the moment the dental surgeon will make whatever he or she has to make and do based on lowering the level of stress improves patient outcome. Same with surgeries that we're doing at the moment in Abu Dhabi. And for us, with our technology, it's also the proof that it can operate in one of the most regulated environments that can exist, the surgery room. The last bit that I want to share with you is that this is also the beauty of doing science and tech. You learn a lot about human beings. Surgeons, as I said, are extraordinary. Throughout surgery, the level of cognitive load is off the roof, super high. Level of attention, vary. Level of stress is quite low. I've worked with jet fighter pilots, with Formula One drivers, top athletes, top CEOs, and they have an ability to manage stress in very high-level, high-pressure environments that is amazing. But what I observed is at the end of surgery, when the stress is higher for surgeons? When the patient wakes up and when they talk to them. Why? Because during surgery, patients are hidden. They only see the part of the body they need to operate, and they operate a patient. When they talk to them, they talk to a father, to a mother, to a son, and they start thinking about everything that could have gone wrong, and how it would have impacted lives. And this is also one discovery we had thanks to the live real-time tracking of stress that was mind-blowing. When we talk to them and they say, yeah, suddenly we are trying to dehumanize the patient in order to perform. When we talk to them, they become human again. And thinking about the impact on a family if something would have gone wrong is just affecting us a lot, and this is why we stress so much after.
Wow. So the idea of a brain interface that has no physical contact with the body, I think, is like a very interesting leap forward. Let's shift, though, over to the software and AI side of things. I'm curious to know what makes this AI. In other words, the kinds of systems that you're describing are ones that I imagine are algorithmic, where kind of traditional software techniques would apply. What are you able to do with AI that you can't do. And I think one of the things that everybody in the audience is probably thinking is, AI is so prone to hallucination and error and these other kinds of things. And the kinds of tasks that you're describing, surgery, for example, driving a car, driving an airplane, or controlling an exoskeleton,
No.
these are not areas where you can tolerate hallucination or error. So what is it that AI is bringing to the picture? And then I want to save a few minutes to wrap up and to talk about quantum and your work with IBM.
Absolutely. But very briefly, a lot of people develop AI systems with a goal in mind. My AI system needs to achieve that goal, and they focus on the models and the algorithms that will allow to achieve that goal. The problem is, like any system, whether we're talking about the human system, us, mechanical system, an AI system, they can make mistakes, they can make approximation. So the important thing is to create safeguard systems, like, that will police, that will correct the course in real time. So this is what is called RAG when it comes to creating text. But we not only, for mental commands, we do not only create AI systems that convert brainwaves and physiological systems into actions, we also have other systems that work in parallel in order to make sure that nothing wrong happens. That's actually, if someone loses attention or is less focused while controlling the system stabilizes if you're controlling a drone. So it's all about creating the safeguards and the systems that will assist, a little fleet of assistants, agents that make sure that we achieve a task in the safest way possible.
Interesting. So let's talk about the work that you're doing with IBM on quantum brain coordination, quantum brain collaboration. Quantum is a big buzzword this year.
Well,
is this just a buzzword? What are you doing that is quantum?
For the longest time, people have tried to look at a one-size-fits-all solution for people to be able to control machines with their minds. And it happens we're so different. There is no one brain that is like the other. There is no one human being that functions like the other. So instead of trying to look at this one-size-fits-all silver bullet brain-computer interface, we took the other way around. We tested more than 300,000 combinations of algorithms in order to make sure that the brain-computer interface will be tailored automatically to what makes the user unique. And that's the first results that we published a month ago with IBM as part of a partnership on quantum brain-computer interface. The idea is to leverage quantum informatics in order to try to overcome some of the hurdles of real-time, of computing, of slowing down, of bottlenecking when it comes to processing all this wealth of information that we're collecting in real time. It's one thing to collect information, it's another thing to process it, and it's another thing to provide a closed-loop real-time system. And this is what we're exploring. And my turn to ask you a question, because you're the Chief Operating Officer at Sandbox AQ, a world-leading company when it comes to quantum. For you, when it comes to AI and quantum, what are we looking forward? What is going to be the competitive advantage, if any, and on what timescale to combine those two things?
Yeah, well, our whole thing is versions of, flavors of artificial intelligence that are not language models, right? So the transformer, which is this super powerful innovation that has enabled these large language models to work, is a predictive engine. When you're doing science, you can't live with a prediction engine. You actually have to have rigorous fidelity to the fundamental equations and forces of science. So what we do is we build those kinds of models. I don't know if it's accurate to say that it's the next wave, but it's certainly a next wave of AI. And so when I hear you, speaking, it makes me want to go and basically dig in on the modeling side, because the kinds of work that you're doing that uses quantum physics, that's really you called it quantum informatics, which is a technically accurate term. But there's quantum computers, like qubits, and that's one part of the quantum compute story. But layering on top of that is the kind of quantum equations that you're trying to solve. And it turns out that GPU platforms, built by Google and Microsoft and Amazon and so forth, and using NVIDIA and other kinds of AMD and other kinds of advanced chips, It allows you to do the parallelization that means you can solve these quantum equations today, and that means models that are true to physics at the atomic level, at the cellular level, at the, the kind of scale of robots, for example, is now much more possible, much more trustworthy, much more reliable. And it seems to me that some of the things that you're trying to do would very much benefit from that kind of like modeling. But can I just close out by asking you, anyway, that's something to work on together. But just to close out, can you project forward to 2030, 2035? What are the kinds of things that you're building towards? What are the kinds of things that people in the audience might experience through a neuroadaptive AI or a brain interface? What are you trying to achieve?
First, that's a personal choice. I never make predictions because I think we've been in this game for a long time. And if you look at the great leading lights in science, artificial intelligence, they never make a prediction and saying, in 5 years, we're going to be able to achieve this or that.
No predictions.
No.
Let's
But that's
imagine.
a tip for people. If you want to distinguish between someone who knows and works in AI and someone who doesn't, anyone who tells you in 2 years we've been able to achieve this has no clue what they're doing.
Yeah, this is true.
Now, when it comes to us, listen, I think that what is important is the fact that we need to contextualize AI systems. We need to give them the ability that we have as human beings to map the world, a world map. And this is why we have this trend of physical AI, of word models, models that integrate the properties of the world. Eric Xing, the president of the Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence, is here in Davos in order to promote the work of all the scientists at the university, but also because we are the first organization, public or private, to release a world model called PAN, and that happened last year, in addition to top reasoning models. If you look at the geopolitics of artificial intelligence today, you see 3 flags. One is the USA, China, and the UAE when it comes to models and performance. Now, what is the next step? The next step is critical minerals, energy, and also how we're going to leverage quantum physics, quantum computing, in order to able to achieve things at a scale and at a lower cost that will make it pervasive. Today, what you and I are doing remains not a niche, but something that we cannot scale easily because there are energy constraints, there are financial constraints. And I think that, for me, looking forward beyond the tech is looking at the geopolitics of artificial intelligence and quantum, because you can no longer talk about artificial intelligence without talking about its geopolitics. And that landscape is likely to change. But moving forward, us who develop the tech at the scientific level, as entrepreneurs in the industry, can no longer afford to do the work in our labs, in our startups, without looking at how the geopolitics is going to shape the future of technology.
Well, we're in Davos, and so ending on a note of geopolitics feels very appropriate. Olivier, let me say
Andrew,
thank you.
thank you so much.
Great talk.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming to the USA House in Davos. We're excited to be here to talk to you about space this morning. We're talking about from Earth to orbit in the next industrial revolution. So if you've been following the space industry really through, or even if you haven't, throughout the whole space age, one of the biggest challenges has been launch. How do we get things into space? And thanks to companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin, and Firefly and Rocket Lab and others, the problem of access to space is starting to be more solved, and it's more easily accessible, more access to space, more frequent launches, and more reliable access. So now we're looking ahead to what do we build in space now that we can have that reliable, ready access to space, and what kind of new capabilities can we build? Throughout most of the space age, the space economy has largely been driven by two mission applications, which is remote sensing, taking pictures or doing other types of data from Earth, from space of Earth, and communications, which is moving data around from one place on Earth to another place on Earth. So now as we have new capabilities unlocked in space and the ability to build bigger, we're starting to see new missions that we can do, and that growth in the space economy is going to come from new places beyond some of these initial applications. My name is Joe Landon. I'm the president and co-founder of Rendezvous Robotics. And at Rendezvous Robotics, we're building spacecraft differently. Instead of building spacecraft in a factory and then folding them up to fit into a rocket for launch, and then unfolding them once they get into space, we build modular spacecraft that flat pack into a rocket and then open up and autonomously self-assemble in space. So we can build megawatt-scale solar arrays and football field-size antenna apertures to enable these new applications for communications, remote sensing, and beyond. And we're lucky today to have two practitioners who are really building the next wave of the space economy with us today. Philip Johnson, the CEO of StarCloud, and Will Marshall, the CEO of Planet. Philip, you want to go ahead and do a quick introduction to yourself and StarCloud?
Yeah, thanks so much for that intro, Joe. So I'm Philip Johnston. I'm the co-founder and CEO of StarCloud, and we're building data centers in space in order to be able to take advantage of the abundant energy in space and the ability to scale almost indefinitely. So we're very quickly running up on energy constraints to build new data centers terrestrially, and we think that can be solved by building large structures and large data centers in space. We just launched our first spacecraft, StarCloud 1, in November. That has the first NVIDIA H100 on board. It's about 100 times more powerful GPU compute than has been in space before. And with that, we've been training LLMs and running inference on various types of space data. Yeah, that's StarCloud.
Yeah, I'm Will Marshall, CEO of Planet. At Planet, we do Earth imaging, so we have a couple of hundred satellites in space imaging the entire Earth landmass every day. And Joe, just to add to the developments in space is in a renaissance right now. We've had lowering launch costs, as you mentioned, which have really helped galvanize the industry. But I would say the bigger thing that has happened that is less publicly understood is that satellite costs have come down or increased in cost performance about 1,000x over the last 10 years. And you say, what, 1,000x? No, actually 1,000x. So what's happened is we have taken satellites the size of this church or something and made them much more miniaturized. And that's because we've taken modern electronics and stuffed them into smaller spacecraft that can do more. And that 1,000x is really what is driving the changing in the number of satellites in space, not the rocket cost. The rocket cost coming down 5x over the last 10 years has helped, but the capability per kilogram that we put into space has changed about 1,000x, and that's been why we have suddenly Starlinks and Planet and other large fleets of satellites, because the cost of the satellites has actually gone down considerably, orders of magnitude. And so I liken it to the mainframe to desktop computer revolution in IT. We took, back in the mainframe days, every country maybe had one or two huge computers that cost $1 billion and only used for specialized purposes. That was the era for space up until 10 or 20 years ago. We're opening up, and now with desktops, there's a lot more applications, right? That has suddenly become possible because of that lower cost point. And one of them is compute in space. We might see space-based solar power, other things like that, suddenly become viable because of the lower launch cost and the lower satellite costs.
Right. No, very good point, Will. And I want to dig into that, but first I want to ask the audience, start thinking of your questions. We are going to do some audience Q&A toward the end of the session. So Will, on this excellent point, how spacecraft used to be very large, size of school buses, hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars per, which means we had to design them to be very redundant and very robust, because if you're going to spend that much on a satellite, it better last a long time, right? So now we're starting to see, or we have seen over really the last 10 years, Planet was one of the pioneers in this, is building smaller, low-cost spacecraft. They don't need to last as long, and they can have a more rapid update cycle. But now we're also seeing folks almost go the other way, where can we build very large platforms to do some of the things you mentioned, like a solar power station or a data center. So Philip, tell us a little bit about what will your data centers look like? I think they'll be quite large. Right?
Yeah. So the initial variants will be much smaller, so things that can fit through the Starship only has, for the next sort of 4 to 5 years, this very small slit to get your spacecraft out. So we'll be building for that form factor, and we'll just launch many of those. Over time, they will develop a clamshell door, and we can deploy the full Starship payload bay. We're expecting to deploy about 10 megawatts per full Starship payload bay of compute, solar panels and radiators, and that will deploy into a very large multi-football field size surface area of solar panels and radiators. And then in the much longer term, sort of in a more like a 10-year time frame, we're expecting to start docking these structures together. And the reason to dock them together in the instance of compute is, number one, if you want to train a large model in space, you need the whole thing to be internally networked. You can't do it with lasers. And number two, if you want to use the infrastructure for longer than the life of the chips, so the life of the chips might be 5 years, but your solar panels could last feasibly 20 years, then you need to have the ability to dock things in and out of that. But yeah, in that instance, we're talking about a sort of 4 kilometer by 4 kilometer solar panel to produce 5 gigawatts of compute power, and then about a 1 kilometer by 4 kilometer radiator in order to dissipate all of that heat. So pretty enormous structures that we're thinking of.
Got it. And I want to also give Will, dig in a bit on Planet. So you mentioned that you image the whole Earth every day.
Yeah.
So that must be an incredible amount of data. So what, and Planet also was the first company to really start having so much data that you have to push some of that compute, not on the ground, so you can't necessarily bring all that data down in a timely fashion. Like, and you started to think about, can we process some of that in space? Take us through that logic of why you're looking at now doing compute in space.
Yeah, absolutely. So back to the data question. So at Planet, we produce 4 million 47 megapixel images per day, the whole land mass of the Earth and some of the coastal water regions. And yeah, of course, that's far too much for the individual human to look through all these images. And so we've been using AI on top of those data for now about a decade, where we process that imagery so that, for example, you could we're working with the US Navy to look at the entire South China Sea for illicit vessel activities, challenging patterns that they then use to determine what operations to do. Or we're working with the Brazil Federal Police, looking at all of the Brazilian Amazon, finding every day if there's illegal roads and buildings, and then signs of illegal narcotics or illegal deforestation. And all of that is using AI. AI is enabling us to do scaled processing to answer questions about large parts of the Earth. Now we're starting to have a lot of data so that we are starting to do some of that processing on the edge. So we've launched NVIDIA chips, the Jetson Orion platform on our latest satellites so that we can do some processing at the edge. But I think where things are going is really exciting. Firstly, at the data level. So even when we bring the data to the ground, so all the large language models that you use today are basically trained on the text of the internet. And it's amazing what you can do with that, right? I mean, you can ask it questions about the knowledge of humanity. You can ask it to review a book. You could do some cool stuff. But imagine if you could ask it questions about the physical environment. Imagine the power of being able to ask Gemini or Claude or ChatGPT, pick your favorite LLM, if it could answer questions about the real physical planet. and then you could answer questions about agriculture or insurance or disaster response or whatever going on around the world, you suddenly open up and unlock a whole, and that's where it's going, because AI models are going to multimodality. That means not just text, but images and videos and things. And satellite data has got too much data. It's got all this in principle value, but you need all the AI to pull it out. So AI is touching every discipline out there, medicine, weather modeling, all these things. But actually, space and AI are getting married, I like to say, because they're so important for each other. AI models are all trying to do things about the real world. You see recently Demis, Dario, Feifei Li, all these people all talking about how the AI models need to go into real world. And for real world models, you need real world data. And that's where space comes in. We've got tons of that. Yeah. In fact, Planet's probably got the most ideal set. Of course, I'm biased, but I really think that's true. But then, as I said, satellite data needs AI to extract out that value. And so it's a match made in heaven. We're going to see AI and space get married. I like to think of Planet as the first truly space and AI company, meaning we are truly doing model development in AI and real hardware in space. And lots of people are playing at the edges of that, but we're really in the center of AI and space. And I think that's going to be, we're going to see a number of companies become space and AI companies in the future.
Right. Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. And if you think about why space and why we send things into space from the very beginning, it was because of this really the ultimate vantage point and the ultimate high ground. So the best place to gather the data about the whole Earth is from that vantage point where you can see the whole Earth. And that's really what's driving a lot of this. So it's really interesting to hear how these AI models are starting to input the physical world and
I call it planetary intelligence. Yeah. Because, I mean, instead of just large language models or artificial general intelligence, what about planetary intelligence? Yeah. I often thought when AI wakes up, the first thing it's going to want is all the satellite data. Why? Yeah. Because, of course, you first want a big picture perspective of what's going on. Yeah. What's the best route to that? All the satellites have the best picture of what's going on. So, we'll see when the Borg wakes up or whatever's going to happen next. But it's an exciting time, and space has a real meaningful role. But I think it's going to evolve this intelligence, artificial intelligence, towards a planetary intelligence, where the sensors and the compute are going to be together. Now, the biology has thought of these things millions of years ago. You will notice that our eyes and ears are right next to our brain. Right. There's a really good reason for that. You want to process all that data right there. You can't store it all. It's far too much information to store. So you want to process it right at the edge there. Biology already figured this out. So as we move towards planetary intelligence, we are going to want the compute and the imagery and the sensing systems right there together in space.
Yeah, so I'm going to push on that a little bit. So why not, we collect all this data in space, visual data, infrared data, radar data, all this data. Why not just send it down to Earth where we've got great computers, lots of resources, and process the data on Earth? I understand that having it close to the processing, but we can just send it down to Earth. Why not just do that on Earth?
Yeah, the main reason is because you have very low bandwidth, or you're constrained in the amount of data that you can send from space to Earth, because most of the time you're only above a ground station for 5 minutes of every 90-minute orbit. And when you are above a ground station, you're using very slow RF communications.
Right, so it's just a real challenge to just send the radio signals from space, a satellite in space, which is moving usually quite quickly
Satellites are collecting gobs of data, and they can't get it all down. The bottleneck is RF.
Right. So there's a communications bandwidth constraint.
Yeah, exactly.
What else?
I mean, that's the primary reason why we can't send all of the data down. And so, as Will mentioned, if we can process that data at the edge, close to the source, we can draw insights before, we just send down the insight. And the insight might be, in Will's case, there is a vessel in this location. That's like, a kilobyte of data rather than 100 gigabytes of data that you might have had for the imagery.
That's right. I mean, a typical one of our images, it might be hundreds of megabytes. And as Philip is saying, you can just do processing on the edge and send down the lat long of a ship. And that might take seconds. So I'd say the other piece of it is speed. It's sort of a related corollary of the bottleneck. It's speed, so people want answers immediately. I mean, take the LA fires. We were helping out with, as soon as we could, we took a picture a couple of hours after the fires started. It took us a couple of hours more to do the AI processing, but then we got building by building damage reports out to the first responders, the firemen and the medical relief operators, FEMA and the like. But imagine if you could get that down to minutes. That could, hours means lives in those situations. So getting that sort of AI processing back down as soon as possible really matters. And to do the processing on the edge is the way to do that. Otherwise, you have to downlink these gobs of data before you can then do it. So it's speed as well.
Yeah. So that makes perfect sense. But I wonder, Philip, if you could talk about, there's a lot of AI processing, a lot of compute that happens on Earth. When does it make sense, and will it make sense to send some of that data that we today process on Earth and do that work in space instead?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there will be a turning point when the launch cost gets below a certain point, and we think that's around $500 per kilo, so about 10 times cheaper than today. There will be a turning point where it is cheaper in terms of kilowatt hours, including the launch cost, to do data processing in space. And I think that's likely we're going to see in sort of 5-year time frame volume productions of Starship, the new SpaceX launch vehicle. And then on a sort of 10-year time frame, it would not surprise me if we see, most new data capacity being built in space.
And in order to do that, one of the constraints is how much power you can generate in space. That processing also generates a lot of heat, which is harder to get rid of in space in some cases than it is on Earth. There's certainly trade-offs there. So the ability to really build infrastructure in space is going to become a capability that we're going to need.
Yeah, and actually I'm
Build
very
big.
interested in Will's perspective because I know Will's working on the Google Starcatcher, so maybe you can't talk about that specifics, but very interested on your timeframes on moving large computers into space.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. I can give a little backstory on this. So about 8 or 10 years ago, Google and Planet did a little study on when it might make sense, if ever, to put compute in space. And obviously, Google has huge compute needs. I think they're spending, of order 100 billion a year on compute is a rather large sum. And, we really examined what were the costs of the compute, the power, the cooling, what have you. And as a space geek, I really like the idea of putting compute in space, but I was skeptical because when launch costs a lot, it just doesn't make any sense. And I was like, come on. But we estimated something similar. We came up with, as I said, it's 8 or 10 years ago now, but if the launch costs come down to $200 or $300 a kilogram, that it would make more sense, just economically, to put the compute in space than put it on the ground. Because you do get more power. I mean, each solar panel gets 6 times the solar power. I mean, on the ground, solar power is the best way to get energy from a pure cost per watt standpoint. However, compute centers don't need, solar is intermittent, right, on the ground. And so then you need batteries or you need other power systems. Power is a real challenge for compute.
Yeah, the sun is always shining in space.
In space, you can put it in an orbit where it's 24/7. You get 6 times the power per solar panel in space because of all the factors that you have to, like absorption and the day-night cycle and all this. And you do, in principle, the power, the dumping of the thermal energy is harder, but it's possible. You just need big radiators, basically. And then we estimated when would launch costs come down to this sort of point, and we said 2025 to 2030-ish. And here we are, and the launch costs are coming down to that point. And so look, it's a moonshot project, but as Google likes to put it, but I think it's one where it makes sense to start investing in now, because it takes years to build up the sort of infrastructure and get around some of those technical hurdles. It's very exciting, but I think Sundar put it right when he said on an interview recently that in 10 years' time, he would be surprised if not most spending on compute, at least by Google, but perhaps by the world, is done in space. Just to put that in perspective, that in the next, I think, 3 or 5 years, the world is expected to spend another $3 trillion on compute. So if most of that is going to space, that is a big thing for the space sector.
Right. Because that's only one aspect of the
that would
space
be the
sector.
biggest economic thing, bigger than communication satellites or Earth imaging or the other use cases that satellites are used for today. So, I mean, I think we see that coming. There's some hard problems, so we'll have to see whether we, StarCloud and others, like Planet and Google, can overcome those challenges. But it's an exciting time. It's tantalizing to think that we're right on the precipice of it making more sense to put compute in space. I mean, it's sort of Star Trek. And I was skeptical 10 or 20 years ago, but this is suddenly turned around and it makes sense. And compute is the first infrastructure that you want to put into space because you don't need, whereas space-based solar power, you have to beam the power back and then you have to have power facilities and all this stuff. It's actually difficult. Here, you're just RFing up the data and
generate the power in space and also do the compute in space.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And you can just RF back the results.
The answer.
The answer. It actually makes a huge amount of sense.
Yeah.
I mean, think about all the training of the AI models right now. They put gobs of data in, they put these algorithms, and then it spends a few months churning through all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So you don't need super high bandwidth during that time. Between the data centers, within the data centers you do, but not between the user of the data center. So that could be being done in space. And then also, ultimately, that is taking energy-intensive infrastructure off Earth. And I like how Jeff Bezos says, we need to zone Earth, rural, and light urban.
Right.
Right?
Light industrial, right?
Light industrial, because we want to put the heavy industrial stuff in orbit. Because the Earth has got this precious, all the life. It's cosmologically significant, and we want to preserve all that life here. And, you know, I used to work at NASA, as you know, Joe, and, you know, we found all these thousands of planets. This is the best one for life.
So far,
so
this
we
is
should
the best
be
one
focusing on
we've found.
life on this planet and put the energy-intensive infrastructure off Earth.
So we get your questions ready. We're about to do some Q&A. I did want to bring up one topic we haven't talked about, which is national security and defense, and the really unique ability of space to provide information and transparency to the world, really to prevent conflict. So I wonder, you know, Will, I think you can comment on maybe some of the work you've already done there and what you expect, and also Philip, how can compute in space, what are some of the advantages that would give the U.S. and our allies in a national security context?
Yeah. So obviously Earth observation plays a huge role in national security. We work with defense and intelligence agencies around the world where we're trying to help bring greater transparency and accountability to what's going on. So for example, we work with NATO tracking all the hybrid warfare activities of the Russians in the Baltics. You know, it's not just the military activities, it's these hybrid activities. You have to monitor all the vessel activities. I already mentioned how we're working with the US Navy. We're also working with Indo-PACOM on tracking developments across China. I mean, trying to get not just the military developments, but left of that to the other signs, industrial signs, you know, well before the invasion of Russia into Ukraine. Not only did we see the troops build up, but months earlier we saw them doing different things with their energy infrastructure and other stuff. So can we give advance warning so that we could try and stop those wars before they happen? Because, you know, if you're at the border, it's almost too late. But several months earlier, maybe you could have done something in the diplomatic regime to prevent that. Our goal at Planet is to try to help those sort of agencies like NATO, like the US Department of War and others have what they need to understand the threat environment so that they can make smarter decisions.
Yeah, just very briefly, the core application of what we're doing is drawing insights, pretty similar to Will, but from many different sources. So we are, for example, on our first spacecraft, running as a subcontractor for a DOW entity, running high-powered inference on some SAR data, just to mainly prove that you can actually operate very high-powered GPUs in space and do this kind of processing. But in later iterations, it will be, you know, really actually drawing insight from other satellites.
Right. And at Rendezvous Robotics, we're building large antenna apertures and large power generation capability to support national security missions. In some cases, capability and certain missions are really driven by physical size and space, so the ability to generate enough power and the ability to build sensitive enough sensors and antenna apertures, being able to build those and construct those systems in space instead of having to fit them up and unfold them in a rocket is something that we're working with our security partners on. So we now have a few minutes left to take some answer or some Q&A from the audience. And I think there's a microphone right here, so please.
Anyone got any questions?
Hi, my name is Bernd. Not an answer, but a question. How do you protect your big solar panels from accidental damage or from enemies?
Right now, the solar panels that we'll be launching are roughly the same size as the Starlink solar panels. Over time, they'll get much larger. For now, in terms of accidental damage, so micrometeorites and orbital debris, we're flying the satellite relatively low, and those orbits are actually pretty clean because things naturally deorbit with the low levels of drag from the upper atmosphere. In later iterations, once you start flying a bit higher, those orbits right now are extremely unoccupied. So also very clean for now, but yeah, we certainly need to be very conscious on not creating orbital debris. But in terms of actually mitigating against offensive actions from other nations, well, maybe I'll pass this to you because you probably have a lot more experience in this than we do so far.
And just to add, today's data centers, they are very safe down there, and in the future they're up there, and people can reach them somehow.
Well, I think, I'll take this. I mean, really, space has really the ultimate physical security. It's much harder to access a space data center than it would be an Earth data center. It's very hard to reach. And we also can see and observe directly what's happening in space. You know, the only thing between us and satellites is this roof. You can just look up there, and we also have assets in space that could look around and understand the space environment. So I think there is, an argument to be made that there actually is quite secure to have things in space. And we also, like Philip said, we understand the orbital debris and micrometeoroid environment very well. We understand what that looks like, and it's fairly continuous and predictable.
But a real threat is things like the Russians have talked about putting nukes in space and exploding. This could really be disruptive to the space sector, obviously. And I think it's incumbent on us to think about radiation hardening and other things. Disaggregated architectures are inherently more resilient to these sorts of things, and that's why going in this direction, I mean, we saw at the beginning of the Ukraine war, Viasat got jammed, but Starlink was still operating, and we saw other sorts of equivalent things in the Earth observation space. So disaggregated architectures are inherently more, but we have to be worried about actors that would be doing extreme things, and there are ways around that. Like the GPS satellites are hardened against radiation blasts that would come from nuclear weapons. So obviously we don't want this scenario, but there are ways of deterring it by having resilience.
Another question? Lisa?
I will, Philip. Joe, great to see you all. Will, you were talking about the Google study of the data centers and the projections on having the proof of concept become reality.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering in that study if they were talking about kilowatt hours and the cost per kilowatt hour and what that projection is, because if you're talking about a solar panel closer to the sun that's 6 times more energy that you can gather, that's one thing, but this complexity in physics, and Philip, you can speak to this as well, of building this out, I'm just trying to understand what type of cost effectiveness might be achieved, and also what you think the real timelines are. And Philip, if I'm sorry to add questions, but in terms of maturation, what your vision is for how you achieve that proof of concept, what that looks like.
Yeah, I mean, so that's exactly what we did in this study, is look at all the costs. And whilst there's complexities of building it in space, and we could talk extensively about that, like the radiation, getting rid of the heat, there's also a lot of complexities on the ground. You have to build your infrastructure, you get to land, you have to get permits, you have to get the energy costs, the cooling costs, there's a lot of stuff, actually, that you have to take into account. And again, we looked at all those things side by side and determined at that sort of launch cost point of around $200 or $300 a kilogram, it suddenly just becomes economically cheaper in space. Now, that's dependent on exactly your designs and things, and that's why it's plus or minus. But anyway, there's a couple of first challenges that we're tackling with some demo satellites with Google. One is testing TPUs in space, just checking how they work. Formation flying with data links between them to establish towards a cluster concept for how we operate those satellites, which is a slightly different architecture decision than StarCloud is doing. But I think it's early days, and to the time frame, as I said, I think Sundar's right. 10 years' time, most compute will probably be in space. If we get around these tests, if it all works out, probably in the 10-year time frame, most compute that we are building as humanity will be in space. Yeah, again, it works out at the top level, but I haven't got any more specifics to add, but yes, it works out at the top level.
Yeah, so I think if you assume a $50 per kilogram launch cost, which is the very low end of what's achievable with Starship, and assume some level of modularity, so basically the most optimistic forecast we can have, you're talking about less than 0.5 cents per kilowatt hour, all in, including launch costs and other things. So that's compared to terrestrial data centers, which are at least 10 cents per kilowatt hour for a new energy project, it's very favorable.
So just wrapped into that, and I don't mean to dominate, but I'm just so curious. There's complexity to the optical comms and ISLs proving out too. So how long do you think that will take before we're as part of this 10-year equation?
My own perspective is that optical link is rapidly approaching being a solved problem. Certainly, you can see with Starlink. I mean, those lasers now are up to 600 gigabit a second per laser, and they're talking about a terabit a second per laser. And that constellation is performing remarkably resiliently and well. So, they're already selling that as a service to other people, and as soon as other people can also have their own optical links between their own constellation, as Will's doing, as we will be doing. So, I mean, that to me is like a 3-year problem. That's solved.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. We're just about out of time. I hope that you take away from this session how important space and the capabilities we're going to build in space are to the U.S. economy, to our national security, and to science and understanding our planet. I think it's really great to be here in the USA House. I encourage you to come back. There's lots of great content here, including some additional content on the space economy and the space sector. And please come talk to us after if you have any questions.
Talal, thank you so much for being with us here at the USA House. Welcome.
Well, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. And, since it's the USA House and I travel to the US a lot, I thank you for not making it that long a trip. It's good.
Well, for starters, maybe not everyone is familiar with G42, so you can introduce our live audience globally about G42 and what it does in the UAE and globally.
Sure. So G42 is a collection of technology companies. We take on a significant part of the AI value chain, starting with the physical infrastructure. We have a company that does design, build, and operate for data centers called Khazna. Then there's the digital infrastructure, obviously your compute, your cloud platforms, both traditional cloud and the AI cloud. We can talk a little bit more about that. That's called Core 42. Then you have companies that are doing more solutions and applications, some that are building models like Inception, cybersecurity company that we also acquired not too long ago that is also helping us protect everything across the stack, but also provide that as a managed service. And then applications and solutions in many of the industry verticals that you can apply AI to, be it energy or healthcare, space, for instance, and other robotics.
And education with MBZUI that I recently joined.
Yes, so MBZUI is actually a very strong partner to us. They do a lot on the fundamental AI research. We do a lot more on the applied, but we combine forces quite a bit on things like the reasoning model we launched recently called K2 Think, or the Arabic language model, JACE. That's one of the most performant language models in a non-Latin-based language. So that's where we work very closely. And then obviously the human capital talent pool that we're able to tap into by virtue of having a university of that caliber in the UAE.
And also recently, the first world model ever released.
That's right. That's right. So I mean, when you think of where this thing is going in the future with embodied AI and physical AI, language is somewhat limited in what you can do. And so the world model is a mechanism to be able to create that foundational model basis that's a lot more image-based and multimodal, so that it could then support the advent of embodied AI and robotics.
And it's really noteworthy that the first ever world model to be open access and released comes from an academic organization based in the UAE.
Correct.
Speaks volumes about the geopolitics of AI. When one looks at the performance of the models, only 3 flags can be seen at the moment: USA, China, and the UAE.
Yeah, we're very lucky. I mean, the UAE is not, this didn't start yesterday or a year ago or even 5 years ago. It really started back in the late 2000s when the UAE, through one of the sovereign wealth funds, Mubadala, had taken a stake initially in AMD and now still till today have global foundries. And then fast forward 2017, we announced an AI minister. It was kind of unheard of, first of its kind in the world. And then around that time frame, G42 was born. So this is a natural progression to the diversification strategy that the UAE has been quite intentional about, and that's evolved into the technology space and now AI. And then if you look at the recent Microsoft report, they've had 2, one in November and one more recently a few weeks ago. It's called the AI Diffusion Report from Microsoft, our very close partner. Abu Dhabi and the UAE are the highest per capita in terms of AI adoption globally. So, and Singapore was a close second. But this is just a testament to how AI is now starting to infuse every facet of society, just like every other preceding general purpose technology had done. And that's what we are, our ethos in G42 is to build the intelligence grid that is the digital infrastructure that underpins the enablement of AI native societies. And Abu Dhabi has set a vision to be the first AI native government globally by 2027.
You mentioned Core 42. You recently been named CEO. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Can you tell us a bit more about specifically what Core 42 does in the G42 ecosystem and also globally?
Yeah, so Core 42 is the digital infrastructure arm of the G42 family, like I said earlier. And what that really means is there are multiple different environments that you need to be able to underpin the enablement of AI and AI native societies. And so what Core 42 specifically does is we have a couple of different cloud environments, be it a private cloud for typically when you have top secret or secret data, you need some level of isolation, disconnected environment so that you could enable those types of environments, just like the US DoD does. Then you also need something that's a little bit more versatile and feature-rich. And when we combined efforts with Microsoft a few years ago, even predating their minority stake investment in G42, we created a new innovative way to solve the sovereignty issue on a public cloud. And so enabling sovereignty it's a very nuanced term. So data residency is one thing. Having data centers physically present in your country solves one problem, but sovereignty is a lot more nuanced because it's subject to extraterritorial jurisdictions that companies that come from certain countries may be subject to. So the way we were able to solve it with Microsoft is they had begun to adopt a new technology called confidential compute, which gives you encryption in memory in addition to encryption at rest and encryption in transit. And that full data lifecycle encryption allowed us to build a product on top of Microsoft Azure's public cloud backbone that enabled sovereignty in a sovereign control framework. And then you have an AI cloud, and this is what we're more familiar with today, whether it's AI accelerators like what we're doing with Cerebras, a startup from California that does a wafer scale engine, or GPUs like NVIDIA or AMD. And in our case, we're a heterogeneous AI cloud. So we're actually operating and deployed AMD, Qualcomm, Cerebras, and NVIDIA. And that's a way to attack the problem from a price-performance standpoint rather than just be a one vendor company.
And strategically also to gain a bit or keep a little bit of autonomy and not being tied just to one vendor and provider.
Yeah, it helps with the competitive tension that you can create.
Absolutely. Well, you mentioned the physical centers. You and I were at the Air Action Summit last year that was organized by France, led by President Macron, and a big announcement was made, and you were at the core of it, no pun intended.
Yeah, we're very bullish on what we can do globally, not just in the UAE. So we have multiple deployments right now in the US, 5 deployments in 4 different states, but Europe is also very important to us. And the similar imperative to sovereignty that we faced in the UAE, we see in Europe, and we see across Africa and other places as well, and the global south writ large. And that is one of the things that I think we're very methodical in how we address. And so in France, in particular in a place called Grenoble in the south of France, we are deploying infrastructure over the AI infrastructure over there, and stay tuned. In the coming weeks, hopefully we'll have more to announce.
Yeah, I heard that. So that was one of the things that happened in 2025. What else can you share with us on the key achievements of Core 42 and G42 globally? Last year?
So I mean, we're in the USA House, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention President Trump's visit to the UAE in May of 2025. It was a quite pivotal moment for us because it was the culmination of about 2 or 3 years of sustained engagement with the US government and industry to ensure that we are able to become a force multiplier to what the US technology companies and ecosystem is trying to achieve. And so we announced the establishment of a US UAE 5 gigawatt AI campus. It's massive. It's probably around roughly 10 square miles in size. And it's going to have 5 gigawatts of clean energy, natural gas, solar, and then also obviously we've got the 4 nuclear reactors that are contributing today about 6 gigawatts of energy to the grid. And the concept there isn't to necessarily just serve the UAE. I mean, obviously it's overkill if you wanted to use 5 gigawatts of energy to produce quadrillions of tokens to manufacture intelligence for domestic consumption. A significant portion of that will be exportable. And one of the key missions of G42 is to ensure we are providing equitable access to intelligence globally, to avoid what happened with the electricity paradigm. 140 years ago, electricity powered lower Manhattan. Till today, you have 770 million people without access to electricity. So you can't afford that type of digital divide in the AI space. And so exportability of these tokens that will be manufactured and generated in the UAE is key. And with low latency, high bandwidth connectivity, we can serve half the world's population in a 3,200 kilometer radius, sub 60 milliseconds. So many of the big hyperscalers, many of the model companies, look at OpenAI with Stargate UAE, the 1 gigawatt anchor client in that 5 gigawatt campus, are looking at the UAE to access that energy, access that location and the infrastructure around it to provide an inferencing supernode for their models and technologies.
It's impossible today to talk about AI without talking about geopolitics, and we're in the right place at the right time to talk about it. You and I were in Washington, D.C. last June for ENACT. Then again, we were together for ENACT in Abu Dhabi in November. And here in Davos, why do you think it's so important to have this conversation in this very place? From the energy point of view, from the tech point of view, but also now a critical mineral conversation is so key.
Yeah, and by the way, on critical minerals in specific, but then more broadly, the whole AI industry that's dependent on critical minerals. Last week, the UAE signed the Pax Silica agreement with the US counterparts. The reason being in Davos is important is because there is no one country or one company that could do this on their own. Right. Even the UAE with the 5 gigawatt campus, it's a drop in the ocean in terms of what's really required to diffuse AI globally. We need more than 100, sometimes some estimates 500 gigawatts of energy globally. And today, in terms of AI data centers, there's probably roughly around 60 gigawatts. Now, if you deconstruct what it takes to build an AI data center, and you look at all the different layers from the power generation to the connectivity to the shell and core of a data center to the kit, which is roughly around 80%, that capex for a per gigawatt level basis is around $50 billion. And when you do the math, that's trillions of dollars of investment. So the collaboration that takes place here at Davos and companies like G42 that are kind of convening and aggregating different, not just technology partners, but even capital allocators through vehicles like MGX that are investing, help with the deployment of the capital that is required to build global AI infrastructure at scale. So that's where the value of being in Davos really comes.
Following Davos, there is 2026 ahead. So what does this look like for you guys? And what are the big challenges? I'm not going to ask you if you can share something exclusive, but if you want, you can. But
well, I think
what's the plan?
I think it's fairly obvious that over the last few years, we spent a lot of our time trying to ensure that we are inspiring the right level of confidence, particularly with our US counterparts, not just the companies, but the US government, when it comes to accessing this consequential technology. And just like we did during the nuclear 123 agreement, that's a consequential technology that required a level of protection and a security envelope. Similarly with AI, it took a long and concerted effort to get to a point where in November we were awarded licenses for the first batch of NVIDIA GB300s to the UAE. And that's a function of really having a very specific way to ensure that we were protecting the imperatives that the US government had in terms of that technology, both physical and logical security. Now, deploying this technology is the next step. How do you monetize it? It's this huge capex that we're going to be spending. So part of my role at Core 42 and part of what G42 and the UAE is really focused on is actually putting this to work. And so a lot of 2026 is going to be focused on deployment, doubling down on our partnerships so that we could also provide opportunities for them to deploy their own infrastructure in the UAE and continue to grow our international footprint as well.
Well, thank you for making the time to be with us, for sharing all these insights. And I'll see you again very soon on global events and look forward to tracking all the great things that are happening in the UAE at the university and the partnership between G42 and the university, the models to come, and improving the state of the world with AI and the right infrastructure. Talala Kaisi.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
You want some water?
Sure, thank you. I brought my coffee.
All right. Okay. Welcome, everyone, and very pleased to have everyone here at USA House. I'm Josh Lipsky, the Chair of International Economics at the Atlantic Council. I am so honored to host this session on the U.S. digital assets moment. This is a key topic. It's appropriate to start Davos Week on Monday with what has happened not over just the past year, but what will happen in the coming year, 26 and beyond, and how the U.S. is leading the way on cryptocurrencies, and the range of digital financial ecosystems is going to define the future of the global economy. And I could not have a better panel to have this discussion with. So to my left is Nomini Rubin, Chief Policy Officer at Hedera. To her left, Bernard Ferran, Managing Director and Group Chief Commercial Officer at Euroclear. And to his left, Fernando Vazquez, President, Capital Markets, Chainlink Labs. Fernando, Bernard, Nomini, thank you for being here on Davos Monday.
For having us.
Thank you.
Okay, let's jump right into it. Nomini, I'm going to start with you. You've worked on the Hill, you've worked in the White House, now you work in the digital asset space. When you look at what's happening right now on Capitol Hill in the market structure debate, outline for us where we are, what the biggest obstacles are, and what are the risks of not getting this right, not just for the US, but for US leadership in the global economy?
Well, thanks, Josh, for moderating, and thank you for that question. So the market structure bill is the bill that will lay the rules down for crypto assets, digital assets in the United States. It will tell us how they're regulated and how they can operate, and it's really important for the future of this financial technology. So we're kind of like almost halfway through with getting a bill on market structure through the US Congress. The Clarity Act has already passed the House, and now we're looking at the Senate for their version of the bill. And it's a little bit messier than the House because the House had one bill where the Agriculture Committee and the Banking Committee worked together to get one bill through. In the Senate, there's two bills, banking and agriculture, that need to move through. And most people who are not from the US wonder why agriculture has anything to do with this.
It's an important question.
But for crypto, because many crypto assets are considered commodities, it goes through the Agriculture Committee, which regulates all commodities. So these bills are moving forward, and the Senate bill just was introduced in committee. They were getting ready to have a markup, and then it got pulled back. And that's because there's a real big debate about what needs to go into the Senate banking text. To me, it seems like it's a debate, like a meta debate around what do we need in digital asset regulation? Do we need to shape the market for the future, or do we need to hold tight to what is currently to make sure things don't change much? And that friction is leading to some specific differences in text around DeFi, around yield on stable coin, around the regulation by the SEC and how much power the SEC should have. Those three components are really coming to a head, but under this challenge about the future and the current state of things. So after that bill gets through the Senate, which I do feel is going to happen.
I knew I was going to ask you. You're optimistic.
I am optimistic because, like, our system was designed to have friction. Like, the founding fathers wrote a constitution that makes it really hard to get laws passed, and it created these different houses and that are combative. So I do feel like this is normal and healthy in a democracy to have like a vigorous debate around it. And I think it will happen, and eventually both sides of the Congress, the House and the Senate, will need to conference and figure out which text or which compromise will get through into law.
And then the implications for that globally, taking forward, if we do get that done?
Well, if we do get that done, it is really an opportunity for the US to help shape all of the global rules. Right now, the EU has legislation, MiCA, which has really been a big leader. And you have Japan, Dubai, Singapore, a lot of jurisdictions, Switzerland, where we are, that have rules in place. But if the US can get rules, and especially using the US-UK transatlantic partnership, working together, they can really help shape like the global discussion through the G7, through the G20, which I know you know very, very well, to help have those rules kind of be absorbed by the rest of the world.
It's such an important year with the U.S. hosting the G20 to have this bill and then be able to talk about this and hopefully make progress through the G20. We track this closely at the Atlantic Council. We have a cryptocurrency regulatory tracker for anyone who wants to get in the weeds of everything that's different between jurisdictions. Bernard, I want to talk to you. We're in Europe, and I want to ask you from Europe's perspective, from Euroclear's perspective, what are the risks here if we do get out of sync on the rulebook between MiCA, between Europe's digital asset rulebook, and what is emerging from the US?
Thanks, Josh. And first of all, yes, Euroclear is headquartered in Brussels, in Belgium. We the largest financial market infrastructure when it comes to cross-border securities, settlement, and custody. But just to reassure the audience, I think we've amplified the discussion with the different market infrastructures across the world, DTCC in the US being one, but also Deutsche Börse, Clearstream in Germany, and then Hong Kong Exchange, and not to mention as well all the different exchanges in the Gulf countries as well, which are very keen to move forward with digital asset solutions. So I think what I'm saying here is that we've reached a tipping point where we've seen it's not a question about if the digital assets will take over, it's a question how and when. But bear in mind as well that, okay, if you see the flows on the traditional rails, the capital market is huge compared still to the flows that we see on digital assets. So it's just a question about making sure that you have the right discussion with the different infrastructure, just to make sure that we can find an interoperable solutions between us. So coming back to your question, I think if the US regulation diverge so much from the European regulation or other jurisdiction, that will create de facto some real frictions and some problem as well for the investors, for the issuers, and for all the intermediaries being active into the custody and the settlement chain of those ones. And Euroclear as an infrastructure, we clearly see, we've identified 3 risks. The first one is on the regulatory arbitrage. If you don't align from a regulatory point of view, then de facto you will start seeing some shift of banks or investors moving to a less rigid jurisdiction, which de facto will create some regulatory arbitrage, which is never nice in the global finance and the global capital market. The second one is more on the operational fragmentation. So if you don't have clear rules, then automatically you will start seeing some emergence of less regulated infrastructures, which de facto will be operating under the radars and under the strong regulation that is needed to bring comfort for the issuers and for the investors. And last but not least, I think we clearly identify as well a potential systemic blind spot. When I say systemic blind spot, is that the regulators, what they want to know when they regulated an entity is to make sure to understand what the entity is doing globally, okay, and not only their home jurisdiction. And to make sure that you can identify what the entity is doing globally, you need a common standard, a common language, a common reporting tool. And if you have that common reporting, then you can have this consolidated view and calculate what is the exposure of the regulated entity that I am regulating. So I think we're still not there yet. We need to continue bridging the different regulations together, and there will be some divergence. So let's face it, but it's just a question to create less divergence than what exists today.
So you're also optimistic. It's fair to say that the divergences are not so wide
I
they
am,
can be overcome.
but with a pinch of salt. You know, I mean, Euroclear today, we're managing $50 trillion of assets for our clients globally, and we're settling on a yearly basis quadrillions of transactions, so of amount of transactions. So it means that we're still not there with the digital assets because it's still small compared to the existing flows. But yeah, I'm very optimistic that is coming. There's some good signal that it is coming, and all the discussion we're having are clear signs that it is coming. But we will probably have to run in parallel. So I think what will be important as well for infrastructures like Euroclear, DTCC, and the others is to make sure that we can actually bridge the best of both worlds for a certain time. And maybe the digital assets will completely take over the traditional rails, but I see at least a 10 years parallel run between the two.
Well, digital assets and rails is the perfect transition to you, Fernando.
Yeah,
Let's
and the plumber.
Let's talk about what we know and what we don't know. You know, Bernard talked about relatively small scale, which of course is true on digital assets, but so much is happening so quickly. A conversation we often have in Washington with Treasury and other regulators is, what aren't we seeing in this space? What visibility don't we have? And from Chainlink's perspective, from your perspective, what are the tools we need to better understand the cross-border flows that are actually happening in real time?
Yeah, absolutely. You want to get into the blockchain space, there are a number of tools that you can use to see what's actually going on. I'm going to get a bit technical here, so please bear with me. There's something called a block explorer that allows you to know what are the blocks that are being generated. Inside the blocks, you have transactions. It could be a cross-border payment. It could be a DBP settlement of a security. There are also analytics tools, right, that allow you to do forensics, right? When you found out that someone stole your Bitcoin, or you're being, subject to a ransomware, and you make the payment to one of the bad guys, and you want to know what's going on and where that crypto, those assets ended up. And here you face two different types of challenges: technical and legal. From the technical point of view, you will find out that in many cases, this monitoring that you're doing or analytics are not synchronous. There is a delay. You might get an alert, or you might find that something is going on, but it's already too late. This thing happened a second ago, 5 minutes ago, half an hour ago. So you cannot act upon what you discovered. In more complicated setups, you will find that an asset, a tokenized security, or a stable coin, you name it, might be going from one chain to another. And as that happens, right, the identity that you might be tracking on chain A is not, being transferred to chain B. So you need, again, some kind of proper standards, so you don't lose information as the token moves between different chains, potentially across different jurisdictions. But even if you get all of that right, let's say with the block explorer, the block explorer might not know that this particular block with this particular transaction is part of a DBP settlement between a bank and a broker-dealer. It's not aware of the business logic that is being run. Even if you knew, if there are no standards defined by the powers that be in the US and Europe, how can you possibly know whether what a smart contract is doing is legit? Let's assume the US will have everything figured out, but as someone tries to move a token from a tax resident of the US to tax resident of Europe, and we don't have a taxonomy, right, for that particular token or transaction, how can you possibly do the mapping? You lose track. So we need a proper technical interpretability and also legal interpretability. That's an area where we as plumbers at Chainlink have been focusing on. So we built the tooling, the building blocks, the foundational primitives that you need
to do this, technical interoperability and legal interoperability. But at the end of the day, we need nation states, regulators, to define the rules of the game. And now we can give them the shovels and picks and shovels, right, to actually implement it. So long story short, the tech is there, but this lack of clarity when it comes to standards means that the central banks, all the different regulators don't have the tools that they need.
Do you see enough instigation motivation from the regulators to jump on this? Because I've heard this before, and when we talk to the Fed, I'm not sure they see it as clearly as you outlined it.
I think so, because now I see demand from the private sector. In the early days, especially those who are for profit, again, the banks, the broker-dealers, you name it, were not incentivized to move to these new financial rails. Because you might be pitching operational efficiencies. That is not sexy. That doesn't move the needle. But you can tell a banker or someone at the broker-dealer, look, if you hold an asset in this new form factor called a token, then the holders of that token can borrow against it. They can post it as collateral to their preferred broker-dealer to trade commodities at the CME. You bring value, you bring utility to token holders, you can also generate additional fees. And that's, for me, it has been the game changer in the last 9 months to a year. Because see, now when we talk with clients, they see that, it's not just about, again, theoretical savings or operational efficiencies. We can actually generate new revenue, we can bring utility and value to our clients. And that, I think, is what's causing this changing mindset. So, yeah, I think now we reach a critical mass of executives within banks, broker-dealers, also big Web3 players, to do the effort, do the heavy lifting, to start defining rules and engage with the public sector in a meaningful manner.
Well, that's a good message for us to take back to Washington. All right, Nomine, I'm going to come back to you. Obviously, we're in Switzerland, Swiss franc, but we're also in Europe, where they are piloting a digital euro, a central bank digital currency. Some countries around the world will have CBDCs. The US will not. The US will have dollar-backed stable coins. China just announced a new version of their digital yuan over the holiday break. Are we doing enough internationally to understand how these assets are going to be able to exchange with one another? We talk a lot about what we want to do with dollar stablecoins. ECB's focused on their digital euro. But are we thinking enough on the cross-border space? People want to spend money all around the world when they travel and exchange their money easily.
So I don't think that we are thinking about cross-border transactions enough. I know your think tank is thinking about it, and you did a great report recently on the one and about the financial access for 3 billion people, so we really appreciate that. But it's still early days, and people are still getting their head around it. One project that we've been involved with is Project Acacia. So Hedera is a platform that enterprises and other developers can build on. And the Reserve Bank of Australia has used Hedera along with some other providers to build a project that that helps develop their CBDC and tokenization of different assets. And that's just one example of experimentation in the central bank space to think about how do we want to develop the standards, how would we want to develop the product. But it's still very early on. But once we do figure it out, that's the secret sauce. Because this technology, it's inherently global. So our council that runs the Hedera network is a global council of big entities that are very established. So London School of Economics and Google, IBM, Chainlink, very large established entities. And they wanted to be involved in governance of our network because they knew that all of this was going to be global, it was going to be important, it was going to be foundational. And so kind of figuring out that cross-border piece is really going to be the secret sauce of making this all work.
I really appreciate you saying the secret sauce, because to us, when we think about this issue from the council, it's about the future of the dollar. That's why we care so much about this. And there are all kinds of dollars. And I wonder from your perspective, from Hedera's perspective, how you see the growth of the dollar through digital assets going forward.
Well, we're seeing increased demand for the dollar with dollar-backed stablecoins. So that's it's being very helpful for the dollar. We've certainly heard people from other countries express concern about the strength of their currencies and will they be used as back. And so getting that compliance and getting the rules set will, I think, open it up for a more widespread use of different currencies in different types of stablecoins.
Yeah, that's what we all want to work on together. So Bernard, let me turn to you on that point. You highlighted the risk and areas of divergence that you're optimistic we can close. Where are we doing well? Davos' theme is spirit of dialogue. I want to be optimistic at the beginning of the week. So what's working between the US and Europe right now?
So I mean, first of all, I think I see very encouraging progress on the principle, but probably uneven progress on the practicalities. Okay, so the principle are there. I think the US and Europe have agreed that regulation is very important, and I mean, big stablecoin issuers like, Circle, Ripple, to name a few, have actually understood that they need to be heavily regulated just to play an important role globally. So I think on that front, on the principle, I think it's working pretty well. The US, the UK, and Europe have fairly agreed on the need for having a clear issuer obligation, because one thing is to issue stablecoin, to issue tokens, etc. So I think on that front, the need for having a clear issuer obligation has been met between the different jurisdictions. The custody aspect is also something that we pretty much align between the US, UK, and Europe. The transparency around the stablecoin and the way they're managing the reserve, even if there are some divergence still, but at least, I think the direction of travel is the same. And then the application of AML, KYC, I think it's also very important just to reassure that, okay, we're taking that very seriously from a compliance point of view, and it's not the wild, wild west on the chain. So I think it's something that across the Atlantic, both parties fully agree on that one. What still probably is falling a bit short, it's around the tokenization securities definition. So I think there's a bit of divergence between the US and Europe. The treatment of the smart contract in terms of settlement, the role of the intermediary, sometimes it's a bit blurred. Do you need intermediaries, don't you need intermediaries? And also, the cross-chain portability, which for me, as an infrastructure, is critical. Because if I take the analogy of what we've been building in the last 60 years, is connection to 60 markets where the investors with one single multi-currency account can buy JGBs in Japan and reuse that JGB as collateral in Europe a few hours after. So there's a question of velocity. There's a question about interoperability, which are critical. And I think it's very important. I see very simplistic way of today, Euroclear is connected to 60 markets. Tomorrow, Euroclear as a market infrastructure, we need to connect to N different digital platforms and make sure that we can speak the same language and we can interoperate so tokens can move from one digital platform to another digital platform.
That's the world we want.
Yeah, and using, of course, the stable coins or the central bank digital currency. I think for us, as an infrastructure, we're multi-currency, so I don't see the reason why we can't be multi-stablecoin and multi-central bank digital currencies.
And even the possibility of Euro stable coins, is that something you're thinking of from a regulatory perspective?
Yeah. So again, divergence between the US and Europe, but I think the two will coexist de facto. And maybe the US in the future will realize it's also important to have a central bank digital currency, but that's a different topic. Yeah.
I think we're a long way from that
Yeah.
in the US.
Or maybe Europe will drop the idea of a central bank digital currency and move to
we could have a debate about which one is more likely.
Yeah.
Can I make one comment?
Please.
There's something kind of optimistic is that what keeps people awake at night in the US and Europe, I think is pretty much the same. Let's say in the context of the stable coins, you want to make sure that the funds are actually there. So you need proof of reserve. You want to make sure that no one of fat fingers anything when they try to create additional stablecoins, right?
Fernando, just for those who don't know what happened when you say the fat finger incident, do you mind just explaining to everyone what happened this fall, the situation?
Oh, it was a PYSC, if I remember correctly. The bank, the custodian that is helping with the issuance, kind of fat fingered the operation and ended up minting a few $1 trillion worth of that stablecoin.
More than the size of the global economy.
Exactly, which is significant amount, right? But issues like that can also be addressed with what, using the technical term, we call secure minting. So you have a proof of reserve, right? So in real time you can tell people, look, the funds are actually there, and you also have secure minting, so that even if someone, fat fingers something, you would be able to stop that. Is that like the early days of algo trading? People thought, oh, what if the algo goes crazy, right? Goes, berserk. It is fine, because eventually those doing algo trading implementing pre-trade risk checks that were controlled by someone else. So fat fingers are not an issue in trading mostly, because you have pre-trade risk checks. If you have secure minting in stable coins, even if the issuer makes a mistake, that's fine, because there's a secure minting smart contract that will detect that and prevent that from happening. These are the tech that we at Chainlink are building to address these concerns, right? Again, maybe we should do a better job of explaining the industry that we know how to address some of those issues, but I think this applies to any jurisdiction. And once we get all these operational details right, I think this alignment between the US and Europe and other jurisdictions will happen organically.
No, I'm glad you said that, because I think when the incident happened this past fall, there was a lot of questions of how is that even possible? And I think you outlined, one, how it's possible, and two, how it can be addressed. I want to ask you about fragmentation, though. When we think of this multi-chain world, the way cross-border payments develop is very different than the way money moves around the world now. There's going to be more areas we have to understand how money's moving. And from a sanctions compliance perspective, from an AML-CFT perspective, how do we wrap our hands around that? And how do legacy institutions like SWIFT, for example, try to adapt their model to this new digital asset ecosystem?
You mentioned SWIFT. Actually, SWIFT sent out a blog post last week where they mentioned the work they're doing on interoperability with us.
Yeah. Something that never would have been said 5 years ago.
No, not at all. And the issue when you have multi-chain, multi-jurisdiction network is how to keep track of a transaction, or let's say a tokenized cash, across the life cycle of that token. For that to be possible, you need a proper identity on chain. You need a way to link a verified real-world identity, KYC, KYB, you name it, with wallets. Because again, in blockchain, instead of bank accounts, you're dealing with wallets. So that's the first step. Work with traditional players like SWIFT, banks, global custodians, make sure that that real-world identity is mapped on chain properly. So you know that when a stablecoin was from to wallet A to wallet B, what wallet has been KYC'd, you will be able to identify that the holder or the owner of wallet B is a tax resident in Europe, and the owner of wallet A was tax resident in the US. That had tax implications. And once you, again, detect that, you should be able to do whatever reporting is needed in each jurisdiction. You should be able to, if needed, create some kind of legal wrapper around it. Because maybe stable coins are made in country A, but in country B, maybe it's illegal. It's a different legal construct, right? And so for that, you need a policy engine. Again, we developed that. It's called Automated Compliance Engine. But my argument here is that with proper identity, that it can flow end-to-end as you move across different chains, across different jurisdictions, and with the right compliance engine in place, you can address all those issues. It just becomes a matter of defining the rules of the game, right? And what are the reporting requirements, and what kind of AML checks you want to implement. But when it comes to the technical building blocks, the tooling, that's already there.
So, Nomini, let me come back to you and pick up on what Fernando said, because the private sector is moving so much faster than the public sector in this space, as often happens, and that's traditional in all kinds of regulatory issues. But this is the question where I ask you to put Europe's fears at ease, so no pressure here. But from a US perspective, what we often hear from European counterparts is, we're worried. We're worried about your regulatory regime, we're worried about your standards, we're worried about the proliferation of these digital assets, some which we don't feel are safe and protect consumers. So, I turn to you. Why should Europe not be worried?
Europe should not be worried because even if a bill does not pass into law, we have regulators that are ready to put rules into place. And they are already gearing up. The SEC and the CFTC have been doing consultations with individuals, the private sector, with public entities, really thinking through what those rules would look like. And they are thinking in their minds the draft legislation, but even if it doesn't pass, they still have the ability to move forward with rules. The caveat for the Europeans with that is it's not as permanent, it's not as settled as if it was in legislation. And if there was a change in administration, or there will be at the end of the President Trump's term, there's a little bit more uncertainty. But I'm hopeful that as we move forward through this process, there's going to be an opportunity for education, for bringing everyone along so we have an understanding of what those rules need to be. And there's an opportunity to experiment a little with those rules so that there can be some clearer rules in the US. And we certainly are seeing more dialogue at the international organizations. I know that you've been driving much of it, but there's interest from all of the large international financial institutions in it. So I'm hopeful that we can come together, at least in some, as my colleagues have said, interoperable standards moving forward. It just takes a minute to move forward. So I would ask Europe to not stress too much about this particular issue.
Okay, I'm sure we will hear no more questions about it after that excellent answer. But I do think there's a point here, and Bernard, I want to turn to you on what Nomini's saying, because if the dollar and the euro and the regulators behind them could get together, this is de facto the international standard. I mean, to me, the impact of those two regulatory frameworks converging could be hugely impactful, and I think it's possible, but there's a lot of work that has to be done on that front.
Yes and no.
Please.
So it's not because the regulators say, okay, this is the regulation around the issuer protection, the investor protections, etc., the way it's going to work. I think there's still a layer that is very important for infrastructures, and to the point of Fernando, we need to find a standard interoperability. So it's not the regulator that will define the standard. I mean, in SWIFT today, that is heavily used as a messaging, cash and security settlement, collateral management, etc., there's an ISO standard. So that's an effort from the market players to define a real standard that will actually be understood by everyone speaking the same language, from a back office point of view, from a front office point of view, so everyone speaks the same language. I think this is still what we're missing, between the private blockchain, the public blockchain, the interoperability between the two. So yes, regulators will set the framework, but they will not set the standard, according to me.
You agree, Fernando?
I couldn't agree more. We actually, when we pitch our tech, many cases we refer to data standards, interoperability standards, compliance standards, and privacy standards. I would argue those are the 4 pillars that we need to get right. We already developed some tech, something that we hope will become the standards. But I think the way it's going to play out is that as the private sector gets more active in this space and they start to doing actual things in production, that we develop will become the standard naturally. Okay, in many cases there might be some gaps here and there, but I'm confident that our partners, our customers, and regulators will tell us, "Oh, you didn't get that right. We'll fix it." we are doing to do the heavy lifting and engage with regulators in the US, in Europe, Japan, you name it, to make it happen. I couldn't agree more. It's all about standards. Again, we have something that we think is pretty decent. But I would like to invite everyone in this room and those of you listening, to engage with us, with Euroclear, and those of us who are fully committed to see it through, make it happen.
Okay, so I have 10 minutes left, and I have 2 questions. I think we can do this. And they're both for the whole panel, so I'll get hopefully divergent views, but not too divergent as we go through. But the first question is about the trade-off between efficiency and resiliency. I mean, we are seeing incredible amount of speed happening, both domestic settlement, cross-border settlement, a way that we've never seen before. But we don't talk enough about, from my perspective, tell me if you agree, some of the risk, the resiliency risk, the failure points, and how we mitigate those. But how do you see it, Nomani?
Well, we're fortunate with Hedera to have a technology, the half-track technology, that is resilient and fast. And so we've managed to bridge that issue very well. But I think in general, so many of these transactions or messages that are going across networks are really important. And so to have trust in these networks means that we really need resilient networks. And that needs to be like the prime objective for everyone, because we want safety and security for consumers. And this technology does not become the standard if there's a failure point.
I agree, and I just think that it's becoming more talked about, but we need the right technologies to bring to the table to do it and stress test it in a way we do in all kinds of payment systems. The global economy is running on these systems increasingly. Bernard.
So, I mean, first of all, I need to tell the definition about what Euroclear is, and same to DTCC in the US. Euroclear and DTCC, we are what we call a central securities depository. Okay? The name says central, and here we're talking about a decentralized technology. Okay? So already there, I mean, we need to find the way a financial infrastructure like us or DTCC can position and play a role into the overall digital asset space. I think if you look back 10 years ago, everyone was saying, we don't need a DTCC, we don't need Euroclear, we don't need HKX, we don't need, you name all the central security depository in the middle. Issuers can talk directly to the investors. There's no need to have intermediaries. And then all of a sudden, after 10 years, you start having this maturity around resilience, around the importance of safeguarding those tokens, safeguarding those assets, and around the interoperability and the common standard as we discussed. Okay? So I think the DNA of Euroclear is being resilient. You know, when you're managing 50 trillion that your client entrusts you to manage, you need to be resilient. Okay? And we are a systemic important organization, so we need data center backups. We need to make sure we have a recovery plan, business resilience, operational resilience, liquidity resilience, so all those things, I mean, it's embedded into what we do. When I say we, central security depositories, this is what we do. So I think if you look at speeds, yes, speed will reduce frictions, okay? But at the same time, it also reduces the buffers that makes the system resilient. Let me explain that. Reducing the buffer that makes the system resilient is that if you do an error on the chain, it's too late. Okay, so today the way the system works on the settlement side, even if we move from trade date +2 for settling to T+1, as in the US and Europe is now following on T+1, you still have 1 day. You see, 1 day to prepare your settlement. I mean, if you make an error on the first instruction, then you can actually update that instruction. You still have 1 day. You make an error on the chain, it's gone. It's very difficult to change. Okay? And I think there's also a liquidity issue. Today, the markets work extremely well with what we call a balance sheet netting. So you've got CCPs in the middle that net all the transactions, and then you're settling a net position. Okay? So from a balance sheet point of view, you don't need to pre-fund. You see, so you're just netting all the trades, and that's a problem a bit on the chain because it goes one by one. No, there are solutions that are coming, and we welcome all those solutions to be able to continue using this netting principle to alleviate a bit the usage of the balance sheet and the need to pre-fund.
Thank you. Fernando?
Yeah, I would argue that efficiency and resiliency are not incompatible. In the early days of the ATMs, people thought, oh, is that actually safe? And then we had internet banking. I remember back in the 90s, who would have thought we are going to be using a browser, right, to manage our money or even our wealth? This happened with algo trading. Oh, it's so quick, right? And if something happens with the algo, you might go bankrupt. Actually happened to a few hedge funds, right, in the US. But over time, we implemented the right risk controls. So we knew that even if things break, we knew how to keep things under control. The downside is limited. Once you identify the risks and you implement the right risk controls around it, using the right tech. I would argue that the same applies to DLT. That's just a distributed ledger. What are the risk controls that we need to put in place? Euroclear, the DCC, Hedera, Chainlink, many others are working on such risk controls. They're not standard just yet, but I think they will become standards. So it's not that we need to pick between one and the other. There's not even a trade-off. It's all about the risk controls.
Just adding on to they made me think of when we think about efficiency, like from a digital ledger technology perspective, like we're thinking in terms of like fractions of a second. And then when you compare it to the current financial system, which is like T+1, T+2, T+3, like there's really no comparison on efficiency.
I think that's such an important, it's night and day
Yes.
in terms of what's possible here on efficiency. Okay, final question, it's two-part, and you all agreed too much in that last answer, so I'm hoping you disagree a little on this final one. So the first part of the final question is, we're sitting here today, 98% of stable coins are backed by the dollar. 5 years from now, if we're sitting here, what does that percentage look like? And part two is the broader question. 5 years from now, what is the role of digital assets in the broader financial ecosystem? And I'm going to reverse the order. So, Fernando, I'm going to start with you.
I think we shouldn't be talking about demand for US dollar denominated stable coins. We're talking about demand for the dollar. As long as there is demand for the dollar, there will be demand for US dollar denominated stable coins, right? And what's going to happen with US dollar is beyond my pay grade. So I let that to my colleagues. And the second question, in 5 years, what I think is going to happen is that we'll stop discussing DLT. People will take it for granted. But we'll only get there if we have the right risk controls in place. So even bad things happen, you're still keeping things under control. Because the downside is going to be limited. You know what to do. So a deal will become boring, and that means that we've been successful.
Bernard?
So 5 years down the road, there will be hopefully some CBDCs around as well. Okay, so it's not only in Europe.
I knew we'd have a divergent.
Yeah, but in different parts of the world. So what I see is that stablecoin will continue to emerge and play a very important role in the payment chain, etc. But we will have to acknowledge that you need to live with both the legitimate central bank digital currency and the regulated stable coins, because I think the market will come to conclusion, if you're not regulated as a stablecoin issuer, then you're going to be out of business probably. I think it's going to be very interesting as well, because I mean, we sit in the middle between the buyer and the seller. Put that on a tokenized transactions or put that on a traditional transaction. What will be interesting is that there's always the buyer says, I'm going to pay in stablecoin, and the other one says, but I want central bank digital currency as the receiver. Yeah? So there will be probably a new role as well for infrastructures to play a role into FXing. I call that FXing, the stablecoin against central bank digital currency. So I think we will start seeing some new jobs as well in terms of trying to give choice to the clients. How do you want to pay? How do you want to receive and be paid? So yeah, it's going to be quite interesting in 5 years.
So AI might take away jobs, but digital assets can create jobs.
Yeah.
That's a good takeaway for us. Nobody, final word.
Well, I think that where we are with digital assets, with stable coins, with crypto, is where the internet was in the 90s. And it was like this big new scary thing that was going to like be very transformative. And now we just completely take the internet for granted. Like everything is online. In 5 years, I think we won't even think about the fact that it's stable coins when I'm paying you. My daughter went to school in Central America, and I paid with crypto, her tuition, because it was fast and easy and reliable and actually got there, unlike wire transfers, but half the time didn't reach the school. So I think that, like, it will be very normal to pay with crypto and stablecoin, and you won't even notice that it's different. Like now we do online payments all of the time, and it's like a very easy, normal thing. If we go out to a restaurant, we split the check and we send something over. And it will be the same with stablecoin. I think it's like that inevitability is driving the need for legislation, because we do need to make sure we know the rules of the road for the regulated stablecoins. And also, we need to also think about the development for CBDCs to make sure that they're privacy protecting as they develop in other countries.
I think that's the perfect note to end on. Fernando, Bernard, Nomini, thank you. And I want to thank Chris and the Digital Chamber and everyone who made USA House possible this week in Davos. Thank you all for joining us. Please give our panelists a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.